You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yay! Background. Oh, why do we have that dullness? There you go. The brick wall. It's right back there. What's happening, everybody? It's Friday. And right as I was starting the stream, I was like looking at my my website. Oh, we're good now. I thought it was down. Okay, it's not down anymore. Cool. Goddamn websites. Jace, what is going on here? What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream on your Friday. The 11th of March. It's the third month. Come on now. What are we talking about here? Huh? Anyways, got that mint cucumber vodka going today. I'll tell you what, I always go back to this one. I need to get Kettle One to sponsor me because when it comes to flavored vodkas, I can't do the sugary like sweet stuff, but this cucumber mint is my jam. It's refreshing. That's right. It's gonna make me more of an alcoholic. My God. Now should be all right. All right, guys, we are here. What a week! It's been a week. So cheers. I wanted to get a haircut this week, and I decided to go today after work. And they were like, it's gonna be about an hour. So I said, all right, I'm gonna go wash my car instead because that's the same. All right, cheers. There it is. How we doing today, huh? No guest today, sadly. Well, it happens. I think, the panel shows are always fun. I mean, usually the panel discussions are great, especially, you have the guests and you have the panel. It's always fun. But yeah, Brian, I was wondering, I don't know if you're still out there. Are you talking about the misspelling of the title of the Vodka stream? Because I know it's Rataalada, but I figured we're going to be talking about a certain bat today. So it's a little play on that. Bata, Arada. I don't even know. Is that how you say bat in Spanish? I don't even think that's how you say bat in Spanish. It's a little play on words. Hi, Steph. How's it going? Or shall I say Nighthawk? Nighthawk. What's going on, Mr. Hal Jordan? Yeah. Hope you all had a great week. Well, I mean, I was fighting some sickness this week. So, it was a little bit rough. What can we do? Get your drinks ready. That's right. Late. What are you talking about? I'm never late. Howdy. How's it going there, Stephanie? Good to see you. Got Captain Gator Girl here. Always good to see you, Mr. Fear Jason. Always good to see you too, buddy. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Mackenzie. Cheers to good health, right? That's right. Cheers, brother. Whatever's left over from whatever bug was trying to get me, vodka's going to wipe that shit right out. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. What's going on? Got Zed here. Satrin, how you doing? Hello. What's going on, Mr. Will Morris? It feels like it's been a little bit since I've seen you in the chat. Always good to see you, man. Steve-O, what's up? What is up? Are you doing Twitter questions today? No, not doing Twitter questions. That's only on Film Junkee Live when I do Twitter questions. So, I mean, for like the first 10 minutes or so. I mean, then I'm you can ask me questions right now if you want. Kind of going through. Tweeter. I didn't even notice that you said that. What's going on, Mr. Clay Talion? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, it is. It's just, yeah. I mean, I like straight vodka, but just to have that little, I mean, I love cucumbers and I like mint. So yeah, I don't love mint, but I like it. So it's good. It's good enough. It's got that refreshing aftertaste. You tried it. I just got back from seeing the Batman. Looking forward to finally discussing it with everyone. There you go, Steph. All right. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Sounds like you did if you want to discuss it with everybody. So, Grace. I know, man. Tell you what, you're crossfaded right now. Well, that's good, man. Well, just remember, I'm right here in the center. Okay. If there's another one right here, that might not be me. So just focus right here. If your eyes start crossing a little bit, you'll be fine though, Ryan. He's partying it up. I like it. Kevin, what's going on, bud? Selena Kyle is here. Yo, Mr. Legend. How you doing? Figure the misspelling. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of because I posted this like late because I was kind of waiting to see if like maybe I would get a guest tonight, but It wasn't in the cards. I will have a guest next week though. Luckily, I do have one for next week, a return guest too, so that'll be fun. But yeah, it's just like I figured. I was like, all right, well, obviously the website Rataalada got to that 100%, and we're gonna talk about those images too. Those are pretty cool. So I figured I just and then of course the whole batfleck thing that happened today. So yep, baseball's back, baby. That's right. Finally, those greedy douchebags. They finally came to an agreement. Thank God, man. I was like, because that's one of the things I'm like big time missing right now. I'm big time missing the fact that during the weekdays, because I have the MLB app that get to watch my Giants, on while I'm editing stuff. Right now I'm just going through seasons of House. I'm just really just going through how I never watched House start to finish. I've always just watched random episodes. So now I'm just trying to get through House, and I got to catch up on some other shows. Actually, I still got to watch some new stuff like the Diabolical. Still got to watch that. I watched, of course, Turning Red today, and it's not bad, but it's a weaker entry into the Pixar. And I know there's been some controversy this week about that from a certain individual, and I think it's overblown for sure. I think I talked about it on my Patreon little rant yesterday, but yeah, I watched it, and it's got some good, it's got some bad, but and then I'm gonna watch the Adam Project tomorrow. That movie I'm really looking forward to. So tomorrow I'm gonna wake up, go get a breakfast burrito after I down a bunch of water or whatever. Go get a breakfast burrito and chug, and inhale that, put that in my gullet to soak up all the vodka I'm going to consume tonight. Just when you think I'm out, someone pulls me back in. Snyder versus Hope. Yeah. And it's just something like that. And something just to be like, all right, just little things. And I've even said this sometime this week too, just little things that could happen with Zaslav that maybe he's paying attention to, that people are demanding, like the Ayer cut, like the Deathstroke series, like Joe Mann coming back and stuff. What's going on, Freeman? How you doing? You got your Dr. Pepper and some dishes to do. Who wants to do dishes on Friday? I mean, Jace, you don't want to do that, right? My God. Film school will be keeping me busy, and I'm glad I'm finally, sweet, man. Cool. Living the dream. Thought about going to film school at one point. I hope you're having an awesome day. Yeah, today was not bad at all. Feeling good. The only thing that was disappointing was I wanted to get a freaking haircut because my hair is just like, I don't know what's going on anymore up there. I wanted to get a haircut, but I guess I'll see. That's the thing. It's like usually I get a haircut during my lunch break, but I was like, nah, I'm not going to do that. And I should have, because as soon as I got off and I called up, they were like, it's going to be about 45 minutes to an hour. So I was like, no, I'll have to wait. It's not that bad. I don't have any product or anything in there. Product. That's right. I don't have any product. What's going on? Oh, okay, good. Okay. Well, yeah, but I do have issues. Thank you, Brian. But I do have issues with sometimes misspelling. Yeah. And sometimes not catching it late. So the fact that you actually pointed that out, yeah, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So I'm glad that you're just busting my balls. Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Crowley? Callie. I always want to say Crowley because Mr. Crowley, but I always forget. You don't have an R in your name. My bad. Well, it's just like when Scott started coming on the Vodka stream. I called him Scott McKellen for like the first few appearances, and I went, oh wait, there's an L. Clellen. Shit. All right, where am I at? Maybe it's for girls growing pains, Dave. I don't think it's for you. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. Yes, that's very much the thing. I didn't want to go in depth with it because, yeah. But yeah, when it comes to Turning Red, I totally understood that. And I was like, yeah, this is not targeted for me. Definitely not targeted for me, but I still say that the third act was good. It was really good. Like it was like the best part of the whole thing, you know? I thought the third act was great and beautifully, animated. Everything was beautifully animated, of course. But yeah, that's what it really. Yeah, that's why if I'm going to watch something similar to hitting puberty, and they're trying to symbolically show in a way that the teenager is changing, I'm going to watch Teen Wolf because that's more. That's guy. That's a guy right there. So it's kind of more the speed right there. So yeah, no, they definitely had a target for that, and it was right there. But still, it wasn't like it's still Pixar. It wasn't like I was going, my God, make it stop. No, sometimes I was, but other than that, it was still, it's a decent entry, just kind of, weak. Batman Ego, Dark Victory in year one. Can't for the life of me find Long Halloween oh dude, they're selling out everywhere because of the Batman, because everybody's finding out that the Batman was, pretty much that was like the big time reference to it. So I'm okay. You missed me becoming a member. Yeah. Look at that. She did. She became a member. There you go. There's your new bestie right there. Nighthawk and Captain Gator Girl. That's right. So there you go. Peace out. Legends already taken off. All right. Can't stick around. See you Monday, man. Thanks for at least stopping by and saying hi. All right. There we go. All right. I'll start sending out the invites and we'll just see who shows up as we talk. Let's see. I got to pull up the page here so I can do that. Yeah. What a week. I know. And then with all the the stuff with the delays and everything, and just people. I tell you what, why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that. All right, no, that's fine. Okay. All right. Start sending out the invites. See who shows up. Let's see. All right. Send it to. There we go. All right. Where's that? There it is. I think that. Let's see. One more. I just can't. Let's see. Put it back. Good for him. Okay. Makes it easier. All right. So there you go. Invites are sent out. All right. There we go. What? Yes. Why is that freaking me out? Why are you asking me that? Sorry. Oh, all right. We're good. I was like, it's going to cancel the whole thing. Anyways. Someone's got Wi-Fi issues. What's going on? Yo, what's going on, Jose? There he is. So Grace said what I've been saying for months, huh? Guess I should be a scooper. What are you talking about? You've been saying. Jeez. I've been saying it too. Come on. Trying to take credit? Yeah, you clout chaser, you. My God. You clout chaser. I mean, it's just kind of funny, though, because it's like, yeah. Grace! Yeah. She, dropping that today. I mean, she knew what she was doing. Come on. We all know. That's why I said that. I had to like throw that in there when I made my little video about it today. I was like, she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing to drop that tweet and just kind of talk about like, oh yeah, by the way, Batfleck, he's not gonna die. It's like, yeah, I was like, just the fact that there was like, what, you're just gonna kill him off? You're just gonna kill him off like that? It's like, no, something's gonna happen, and I would say I've always had this idea of like something's gonna happen. I mean, we're dealing with multiverse stuff here, right? We're dealing with multiverse and crazy shit. And there's probably going to be a crazy, final act in this where we're going to have two Batmen, Supergirl. God knows who else is going to be showing up in that final act when shit's going down. I mean, there's characters that are going to be in this movie that we don't even know about yet. That's what's kind of exciting. And it sucks that we're going to have to wait another freaking 7 months. My God. That does suck, but if that's going to allow the film to be better in quality and then fine. I mean, then fine, so how it is. Let's see. Better rate than yeah, there you go. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when it comes to all that. Same to assume Riddler will be back in the sequel. Oh, of course. I think. I mean, I don't know if he'll be like. He's not going to be like the main. I'm just kind of wondering if Matt Reeves is kind of trying to do like this thing where maybe that there will be another villain. It'll be a different villain. I'm actually going to do a video about the Batman sequel of a certain character that I want to see. I'm going to do a video about it, kind of just breaking it down of how I'd like to see it happen, and just kind of explain where I think it'd be perfect to fit this world. So I'm going to do a video. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it. Probably like next week or maybe like the following weekend or something like that. I'll probably post it because I don't have time. I got to get that casual Batman review out, which I'll probably get out Sunday, maybe Monday. I might post that Monday. We'll see. I'm gonna be working on it tomorrow and see what happens with it. But yeah, I mean, the Riddler will be a presence, I would say, but I don't think he's going to be like escaped. I think he's going to be like a presence in Arkham. And then when it comes to the third Batman, I'm just kind of wondering if there's going to be like a team up, like a rogues team up for like the third Batman or something like that, which I think would be great. There she is, Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Good to see ya. Always good to see ya. Boop, boop. So, yeah. Oh, well, I just love that StreamYard can't pull it up. It just says poop, 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 poop. Just, apparently, Brian, you have to poop? Grant Gustin's Flash, Shazam. Let's go. I'm sure Grant Gustin's got to show up, right? He's got to show up. Why wouldn't he show up? I just have a feeling, yeah, he's for sure gonna, because he showed up in the Flash shows, or Ezra showed up in the Flash show. So why wouldn't he not show up right there? Yeah, now you know. If you know, you know. Paul Dano stole every scene he was in. Yeah, he was absolutely insane. Oh man, I mean, especially when they're at Arkham, that's a great scene. And I know some people are like comparing it to the interrogation scene with Dark Knight and Joker. It's totally two different. I mean, they're great scenes. They're different, big time, because obviously there's glass in between them. But both of those scenes. Oh man, God, we're just getting fed so well. Because I mean, that scene, obviously, when it comes to Joker and Dark Knight interrogation scene, it was so beautifully done. And watching it again, it's the best scene in the movie, I would say, to be honest. Comes to Dark Knight. But then, of course, we get this beautiful scene from that Zack shoots for Zack Snyder's Justice League between the Joker and Batman in this apocalyptic world. Good exchange. It's just when Batman is talking, just having having a conversation, a crazy conversation that he doesn't want to really have with one of his villains. It's just great. It's great. It's just great stuff. But when it comes to the Riddler and Batman, the fact that Batman thinks that Riddler knows who he is at first, and then because he Bruce Wayne, the way that he says that, and then he starts going crazy, and then he realizes, oh shit, he doesn't know who I am. That was a beautifully constructed scene, that because everybody and their mom watching was like, all right, Riddler knows that it's Bruce Wayne, that Bruce Wayne is Batman. But then all of a sudden he just makes it be known that, oh yeah, we didn't get him. And then he just realized, oh shit. And then obviously it gets intense, but they're like very much, I mean, both of them were, the renewal thing, that the clippings on the wall, which, that we saw, both Edward and Bruce were a part of that. They're both orphans. They're both very much, you could see like, the reflections of each other, wearing, Edward is wearing a mask at one point, and then obviously Bruce is still wearing a mask. And it's just funny how Edward thought that he would, that he'd be okay with like, oh yeah, we did this together. You're part of this, Great to have more voice for this fandom to make Snyderverse restore as part of the multiverse. Yeah, the Snyderverse is always going to be. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be there. That's the thing. Joker and Batson. Yeah, I mean that's essentially what this is. This is its own thing. It's its own thing. It's gonna thank you, Ryan, for the $5 super chat. After that thing with the coding and happened today, I think that thing with the coding that happened today, I think he'll be a recurring villain in the trilogy in some way. Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna be in the second one. I just don't think he's gonna be. I don't think he's gonna be. He's not gonna be obviously out. I think he's gonna stay within. I don't think he's going to stay, he's going to stay within Arkham. So it's definitely what's going to be the case right there. Okay, we got Two-Face, Hush, Court of Owls. I know, right? And it's already teased. Hey, we got Miss Colbert here. How's it going, Amanda? Always good to see you. Jerry's a party. Oh, boo. With the Dodgers. It's going to be an interesting year. I mean, I'm a little worried. I'm always worried. But I was worried last year, and look what happened. And then look what happened. Good Lord. So hopefully. Yeah, it was a great twist. Absolutely a great twist. It was a twist. What a twist! Dana was just as creepy in and out. Yeah, I know, right? He was creepy in and out of that costume. I think with the costume, obviously, with the glasses. And some people were passing around the fact that the glasses were very much an homage to the Edward Nygma glasses in Batman Forever. You can't tell me that it wasn't. You compare both of those glasses, clear frames. Yeah, almost pretty much. Yeah, it's great. The organic lighting in the hallway saying, fuck, literally. Yeah. Jace, tell you what. All right. Got my first person showing up right here. Let's see what we got here. Go ahead and post it. Oh, we got another one from Ryan. Thank you for the $10 super chat. What if the sequel, Bruce is talking to Alfred and saying how he thought Edward figured out he was Batman, and that's how the Playboy persona comes? Yeah, that could be something. But I do have something though. I mean, I'm not saying that Matt Reeves is gonna go this approach, but I have an idea. Hey, Mr. Mike G, been a bit. Hey, Davey, how long do you think we'll have to wait before we see Matt Reeves' Joker cut scene? I don't know. I don't know. He kind of made it seem like he might post it. I don't know. That's right, man. It's paying my rent, my March rent. All right, let's see. So you get the first, let's see. All right. Has joined the stream. All right, we got Mr. KC joining right now. What's up, sir?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Nice little, your background looks nice and got like a new shade going on back there.
Yeah, I've added a light.
Yeah, a light.
Yeah, just at the bottom there, and it's hitting the wall behind.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a nice little effect.
I'm early today.
Scott
what? Is not here.
I know.
Early today. Yeah,
Scott's not here. If he might not be showing up tonight. I don't know. If he shows up later, it'll be cool, of course. But it's always an open invitation for everybody. I know you're actually you're early. So how's everything going?
very good. I just got off work like a 1.5 hour ago, and it was a pretty tiring day. So, and all the stuff that happened today, all that was going on when I was in a meeting, and I was like, oh man, why?
I know, right? I know. You don't expect. I mean, that's just what happens, and then you just don't expect. When Grace drops a tweet, and then it's just like, the first thing I thought was, what the fuck? And then I think I was talking to somebody, and I went, oh wait, today was the approval for the merger. Oh, she knew exactly what she was doing. She probably had that information. I wonder how long she was sitting on that information, because we could give shit to Grace and everything like that. I know she's the villain at one point and she's the hero at other points, and I've even said my stuff, but at the same time, I'm like, I still respect her because of what she's built for herself. But this is why she knows, like, okay, when should I drop this tweet that's gonna kind of blow minds? Oh, I'm gonna do it on the in the Investors Day, because obviously the Snyder fandom is going to be all over this. And today was the approval of the Discovery stockholders' approval of the whole merger. So perfect. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I see what you did there. Okay, good for you, Grace. It's just brilliant. She's a businesswoman. She has a brand.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about all?
She's I like Grace. I mean, I disagree with her a lot,
Of course.
as most people do, but I do like the hustle. I do like how she's always, on top of everything. Like anytime a news breaks, she's there with breakdowns and stuff. So thank you, Amanda.
I know. I'm trying to make you blush. So saw from people. I mean, Brian's just. I think he's got a secret crush on you. So.
Hey, Brian. So yeah, I mean, I like what she does. She's, like you said, she's built a pretty big channel. People, respect her. She's got connections and all that. So obviously, when it comes to Flash, she also knows some people who would be directly connected to the movie. So the information coming from her about Flash specifically would be something that people would not take lightly and should not take lightly, I would say.
No.
So I was very confused when, she said before that Batfleck's gonna die, because even if Affleck doesn't want to continue, or even if WB doesn't want to continue with him, it's just a bad business decision to just put a stop to it. You always keep the door open regardless of if you are continuing or not. So business wise, that never made sense to me. And I was always, that one thing that she said, I was always like, will they though? Because it's a pretty big deal if you just kill him off, because that means you can never bring him back. I mean, it's a comic book world.
You can always bring everybody back.
But still, it was kind of a dumb decision to do that.
But it'd be like that would be like too obvious too. It's like, all right, let's just kill him off, and then let's send him off in a different way. There's so much they could actually do with all this stuff. I mean, we're dealing with multiverse elements. God knows what's going to be happening in that final battle of the film that we don't know exactly. I mean, we really don't know a villain. Like, we're assuming there's going to be maybe some Reverse Flash or somebody. I mean, they're keeping that pretty hidden. Obviously, we're kind of all assuming that one of that other Barry is going to end up turning evil or something like that too. But there's just so many factors that we just don't know. And I mean, to kill off. I mean, I remember there was that rumor that Michael Keaton's Batman and Batfleck, they fight each other, and Michael Keaton kills him. It was like that was so like. When I was going around, I was like, that would just be the stupidest way for that to wind up. There's no way. And that's not happening. Definitely not happening. So, I don't know. They'll figure out some kind of way, but yeah.
Especially when the teaser showed a cow and then there's blood.
Yeah.
And people are assuming, oh, that's Batfleck, he's dying. And you know how every little thing causes this massive outrage.
I know, man. That's what gets so like tiring. I mean, it's nice that all of a sudden the people that were all down and out, they're like all of a sudden got excited again. But then you got people who want the whole movie to be like pretty much reshot. I'm like, wait a minute. Weren't we fighting for that not to happen again? I mean, I know that, Muschietti wanted to have Cyborg in it. We know this. Even Ray has talked about that. There's always this whole thing about, Ray was fired, and he just dug his heels in the ground, gave the ultimatum. I mean, we all know. I mean, I know some people. I mean, I was even talking to people today, and they were like, "No, look, he's." I was like, "No." I mean, it was like, "Hey, I'm not going to do this if these people are involved," and Warner Brothers, well, they're involved, so I guess we're moving on. And he was like, "All right, I'm not going to participate in this." And we all wish that was that. If somehow now that there's an extra 7 months, there could be like a nice scene added. Cool. I think they could do something like that, and fingers crossed that they kind of do, because that was one of the shining things about Zack Snyder's Justice League is the dynamic between Barry and Victor. So hopefully they could do something. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they might try to squeeze in something?
Even before Grace said this stuff, I was pretty hopeful that maybe
Yeah.
they could squeeze it in. Even before this got postponed, I thought that one scene could shoot in like 1 week, right? But Cyborg VFX is pretty heavy. But again, they already have the files for that. If you will, like the template and the
True.
stuff like that.
And
But
it's yeah.
now that it's postponed, I think the likelihood is pretty high right now, and especially after the Peacemaker scene, that to me is key. That means like James Gunn literally shot the entire league there,
Yeah.
and he has footage of that.
It's
So
true.
I'm just saying, it's just the only thing preventing that from happening is Hamada being there. If he's gone, then I think it's just 100% it's gonna happen.
God, it would be an awesome surprise too if you just some kind of scene and then all of a sudden it's just you just hear those footsteps. Man, that'd be freaking sweet.
You'll have
I
to
don't
keep
know.
looking at Ray's Twitter.
Oh,
If
I
he
know, right?
stops going after them, then you have to assume.
Very true. That's very true.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been kind of he didn't comment about the delays or anything, right? He didn't say anything about that. No, I think the last
No,
thing he
he.
talked about was a Toby Emmerich
Yeah.
and Hamada stupid article that was
Batman thing. Yeah.
yeah the puff piece. Ugh, that article when that article came out, it was just like. All right. I mean, when you read it and it specifically names Emmerich and Hamada and trying to say like, oh yeah, these people, yeah, look at what they've done, and it's like, what? It's like, are you
Even for
kidding
the
me?
Snyder Cut, he was there.
Yeah,
Toby.
yeah,
I had to call
Sure.
Zach and all that. So a lot of people credited him, and we're going after fans and stuff like that by saying, "Look, the person you're hating actually made it happen."
yeah.
Just because it wasn't that THR article. So he gets there somehow. Obviously, he has
Yeah.
that power. But the thing funny about that quote to me was that he brought up the auteur director.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like, really?
You're like,
Do
wait
you
a
even know
minute.
what that means?
Yeah, I know. Did you just some of your assistant told you what that word meant? Because you had a certain director that was like, that fit that category that you kind of, effed up his movie a little while back. So yeah, when he said that about Matt Reeves, it was like, what? And then talking about the Joker, almost like taking. I'm like, didn't we hear stuff a little while back that they were not wanting the Joker because they thought it was going to be like a disaster or something like that, and it ended up being the billion, like what was it, the first $1 billion R-rated movie, right, or something like that, or was it the second or something like that? Was it the first? I'm like totally drawing a blank.
I think one of the Hangover movies did it.
Okay.
But it is on the list of top 10.
Yeah.
So
first R-rated CBM for sure. I know that.
Yeah, Todd Phillips definitely has that. He has Hangover and Joker in the top 10.
That's
top
true.
10 R-rated movies of all time.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing is like, so where are the rest of the Black Label ideas?
Yeah.
If you were going to, if Toby, if you're going to take credit for that, why didn't you bring on like Todd Phillips even said that he gave like 2 or 3 other ideas for these kind of like movies. So why didn't you jump on it when this movie made $1 billion? I mean, there should already be another Bat villain or another superhero villain movie that should be already like coming out. Instead, they're talking about Joker 2, which I still don't know what the hell is going on with that. I know Joaquin Phoenix he's filming Napoleon right now. I saw the image of him in like the Napoleon costume.
Oh yeah.
So he's like filming that. I'm like, what? I mean, when's this Joker movie? I mean, I'm curious to see what they do if it ends up happening. But I'm like, in the meantime, you could have had a Scarecrow movie, a Crane movie. You could have had there's so many different villains that you could have already did something else. And nothing, just absolutely nothing. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. So where are you at, Toby? You're supposed to be greenlighting this shit.
Yeah. And yesterday I just, I was watching the Matt Reeves video about the Dolby guys put up the video. They interviewed him and his team. So I was watching that, and in the beginning, Matt Reeves, he said that he was having discussions with Toby and basically Warner Brothers about the Batman, and WB actually, reached out to him about that. And it was when he was in post production for War for the Planet of Apes,
Yeah.
which is July 2017 release. That blew my mind because at that time Wonder Woman didn't even come out.
Yeah.
So at that time they were talking to Matt Reeves about making this movie, and Ben
That's
Affleck
crazy.
was still writing and directing that movie.
Yeah. I think there was just well, we also got to remember when we'll remember those images of was Sujihara, was it Emmerich that picked up Ben Affleck that one time? Remember we saw those images? I don't know.
Yeah, it
I
was
can't remember.
Sujihara and I think Hamada.
Was it Hamada? Was it Stevens here? Do you remember those
Hey.
images?
Hey.
It was Emmerich,
It was
and
Emmerich, right?
was that
Sujihara.
after Suji? I think that was after Sujihara left.
I remember Sujihara was holding those papers. Like people were saying it's the script, and all that.
Oh
Yeah.
man, these situations are always. Yeah, no, it was Sujihara. I was wrong.
Yeah.
September 2018.
Who was the other guy?
And Toby Emmerich.
It was Emmerich. See,
damn.
See, that's what's so weird. I mean, because I remember, wasn't there like information too back during that time where like an insurance policy was put on Affleck because of the struggles that he was having with alcoholism?
Well, all actors are insured
course.
on these movies, so that's why like that was like the big deal for Furious 7. If you remember, they were even talking about after Paul Walker died. They were like, I don't know how seriously it was considered, but there was at least pundits saying it might be better for them to just scrap the movie because the insurance would pay out something insane. And so then what happens, like any other insurance, if you're someone like Affleck and you go to rehab, then the company that is insuring you against the studio is going to hike up your rates in the same way that if you got in a car accident, your car insurance is going to jack your rates.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember when that was all. So it's like, it's kind of, it's going to be interesting when we actually find out, if we actually find out timelines for all this stuff, because, because it's just the fact that like, if you're thinking about like when Matt Reeves is talking about when he was talking to them while finishing War, it's just kind of like interesting to think like, okay, so they were like, obviously we know that Ben Affleck, we've, gotten info about he was just done when it came to the reshoots. Like that was pretty much that was it for him, because every movie that he was in got effed with. Like it just fucked with every movie that he was part of. BVS got fucked with. Luckily we got the version that Zach wanted to get out there. Suicide Squad got fucked with, and then of course Justice League got fucked with. Man, I remember it was on TV like a little while ago, or and just watching some of those reshot scenes. It's heartbreaking almost, because it's just like Affleck just doesn't look like how he's supposed to look. Man, the Diana scene. Ugh.
Yeah.
Is that what Steve Trevor would have? Oh, good Lord. Good writing there, Whedon. Man. No, but it's just going to be interesting to see, like, yeah, because when it came to Matt Reeves, and it's just funny. I love how Matt Reeves, I love listening to Matt Reeves, by the way. That guy, I could listen to him just talk about the filmmaking process. I mean, I haven't watched the interview with the people. I have only watched clips. I have to watch the whole thing eventually. I haven't got around to it. I just see the clips online. And it's just, I just love just hearing him talk about his, the love that he
talks
has.
a lot.
Yes.
And he gives a lot of information.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. He's just got such a passion for it. And then just the fact that he talks about how, when they approached him, he went and he read Ben Affleck's script, thought it was great, but it was like, that's not my vision that I would have for this. So I don't want to do that. This is my pitch. And then he just went, I didn't think they would say anything. Yeah. So I just went right back to finishing my movie. Didn't think they were going to say anything. And they said, we'll wait for you. And that's first off, that shows you that he gave a good pitch, I would say. but at the same time, it's just like he wasn't like going to step on anyone's toes, which I hate when there's like people that met that talk that
He pushed Affleck out.
Yeah, like he pushed. It's like no, he didn't want to.
He even stole the title.
Yeah, I know, right? He stole the guys. The I dare him steal the. You know, I'm sure when he probably, and I'm kind of wondering if he ever had a conversation with Ben Affleck. That's one of the things that I don't think that's been talked about. I wonder if he actually was in contact with Affleck. I'm sure that he was. Maybe they had a conversation or something like that. Because I mean, obviously Ben posted on Twitter when he got hired on, "Welcome to the Batcave." So they had to have had a conversation. So I'm kind of wondering what that conversation was like. And I'm sure Ben was like totally like, "Dude, this is yours. Name it whatever the fuck you want." You know, I mean, it's you know, it hasn't been the best of times when it comes from me. He probably heard the pitch and said, "You know what? That sounds great. You do your thing. I'm gonna go off and get healthy."
I have no idea how well like Reeves and Affleck know each other, but I don't know enough about Reeves' background in like. I think he had a good amount of creative freedom with the Apes movies. Like, there's not really any stories of behind-the-scene conflict there.
Yeah.
And just the fact that it exists at all. I mean, the fact that he made, like, a mocap movie where half of it is apes speaking in sign language, and, like, they let him do that kind of says that I imagine he hasn't faced that kind of thing. But if you talk to him, it's very clear that from the get-go, from the first negotiations, he was like, we're going to do this, or I'm not going to get involved. And we also know that he's friends with Zach. And so there's no way that he was going into that conversation unaware of what was going on. And I don't just mean like friends with Zach, like they're both directors and like each other. But what Zach was talking about, like the second I saw the trailer, I texted him like, "Whoa, man, that's awesome." So like that's the kind of relationship that they have. I don't know how tight that means, but I mean they're on good enough terms that he's going to text him and be like, "Dude, that trailer is cool." So so you know that he's going into those discussions for the Batman, and that was always the discussion back then was that he initially just said like, "No, I'm not going to do it." And there were reports even at the time in the trades that were like, "Oh, Matt Reeves drops out," and then they ended up getting him back in. And so that he drew that line in the sand very early on and to establish, I'm not coming in unless I can do my own thing. Because, like, let's say he took over Affleck's script and Affleck was still out. Well, now you've got Matt Reeves directing Ben Affleck's script under a situation where he's inherently going to be managed by, like, it's a studio produced Matt Reeves directing Ben Affleck's script, not Ben Affleck calling the shots with Matt Reeves direct. Like, that would, I don't know if they were hoping the script could get used at that time or regardless. Like, there's no way they wanted to just.
Jeff Johns was still there.
Yeah, like that script, like him directing the Batman, the Affleck script would not have been a like, oh, it would have been the Affleck movie just with Matt Reeves involved. No, because he would be coming in as a director for hire in that situation.
Yeah.
He would be not as egregious as Whedon because it was already written, and not like a Ron Howard with Disney where he reached out the whole thing, but a similar situation where they're saying we're not going to bring you in for your thing, we're going to bring you in for someone else's thing. And considering Affleck was already all the way out, that means it's like the studio taking ownership of Affleck's script. And so they're like that, even if he preferred that script, that would be a worse situation for him because the amount of creative control from Jump Street was going to be diminished, like entirely.
Yeah, no, that's a good point and I think Reeves is smart like that that's why he said, all right, this is my pitch. I'm not going to do that. It's good. But we're going to do this. And then he was like, they ain't going to call me back, And then they did. Yeah. They said like, yeah, we'll wait for you. Finish your little franchise over here. And then let's start this. And then the fact that Reeves was like, well, okay, let's do that. And here we are, 5 years later, just with a great Batman movie.
I also think two things maybe working in his favor almost was the fact that they were desperate to look like they had stuff under control because that was still right before the AT&T merger. So remember the type of decisions they were making at the time were like, for example, the decision to not delay Justice League was driven by them trying to get their bonuses before, and this is trade report published, like confirmed, they decided to not delay it because they wanted to get the box office on their pre-merger bonuses. Like that's not like rumor or speculation. And so so if that was the mindset they were in, you know that they were very much like, we want to put the perspective forward that like we know what's going on. And so he offers two things there. One, you don't want to have a like drawn out discussion over replacing Ben Affleck, because then you're just drawing a highlight to the inability to get this movie off the ground. But two, the fact that he had the Apes movies coming up gave them a built-in excuse to not be in a rush to do it. If they had brought in somebody else, it would have been like, okay, let's get this movie out right away. Whereas you bring in Matt Reeves and you have like a 5-year runway of like, well, no, he had to wait until the Apes movie was done before he could start on this. So it makes sense in the timeline, which like works out conveniently for Warner Brothers, who was like, we don't want to have to do anything right now, but we also don't want to look like we're shit in the bed.
No, jeez, and we know like they like to shit the bed.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about Grace's tweet today, Stephen?
I think it's interesting. It's one of those things that like that's been not this specifically has been out there, but it's just been in discussion since forever. Some people said he was going to die, other people said he wouldn't, and this isn't like fans being like, I don't think he will or I don't want him to, but like different people who have some sort of history of, you know, getting things right. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there were multiple endings at one point or over time, either they shot both and then took a while to decide which one to use, or they one was just in consideration. So I don't know what the timeline would be, but so I think it's interesting. I don't know if, obviously take everything with a grain of salt, and then also even if that's the case right now, there's nothing to say that like they change their mind on that again before the movie comes out. So it's always one of those things where like everything is in flux, and like right now, if that's to be believed, then it's a good thing. But there's a lot of really interesting implications surrounding that, and about like what does that mean for, like, would that be then Ben coming, if he comes back, like if he's alive, is that just because they didn't want to kill him off and they wanted to save him for later, or is that just because they didn't want to give him a heroic death? And if he's still out there, is there a desire or an intent to bring him back later? And what does that look like? Is that Ben Affleck doing Warner Brothers Discovery movies, or is that Snyderverse? And that's, you know, that's what it always is. But it kind of just leads us back to like, it's cool and it's something fun to talk about, but like how much does it really change what we know and the odds of anything happening any particular way? It's all still wait and see for like what happens next.
I know, right? I mean, as long as you could leave the door open, that's fine. I mean, we all kind of hoped that there would be like a door left open. I mean, just listening to Ben Affleck's quotes when he talked about how this was like the best, like he kind of experience he had almost, you know, which sounds to me like that's not a jab to Zach. That's not a jab to anybody. It's just because it sounds like Warner Brothers really left Andy Muschietti to do what, well, you know, for the most part, what he wanted to do. And so he had a great experience, and probably, I mean, Ezra, we know that he's been trying to get this movie freaking, you know, going, and he's been working with so many different people and just trying to get this damn thing going. And this is a passion project for him. So I'm sure like that energy from Ezra was also great to work with him again, you know? Yeah. And I think, I wouldn't be surprised if they probably did shoot maybe a death scene, because, you know, that seems to be the thing that happens with these now, where they shoot different scenes. We're looking at you, Matt Reeves, you know, where it's like you shoot like a different scene just to throw people off. And talk about, again, Matt Reeves throwing people off, especially like, you know, when we were all like, oh, wait a minute, we got this Halloween scene and there's a Wonder Woman and a Superman, and it was like, yeah, let's do that just to, you know, why not?
Well, one of the funny things too, just about the nature of set photos, is that like there's all sorts of crazy stuff going on set. Some of it is like movie related and others is not. And so it's one of those things where when people who don't have experience on set or don't have experience making movies or aren't familiar with like the behind the scenes process and any of that, something not particularly this, but like anything will like if you remember when like for Army of the Dead, Zach posted a picture on Vero that was like one of those silver balls that was like half, it was shiny, it was like shiny on one side, matte on the other, and they used that for VFX texture references. It's just like a VFX tool they put in frame so they can get an idea of how the light plays on different textures. But man, there were all sorts of theories about like robots and aliens and what this little ball was going to be or whatever. And not that, a Wonder Woman in a Superman costume is a little bit different level.
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's like people always assume that every set photo is like, oh, this is like a huge, significant plot thing. And it's like that was at most to throw people off at best, or at least like a back. There was that opening scene, everyone was wearing Halloween costumes. And so like maybe they would have been in the background as an Easter egg or whatever. And it wouldn't have been the weirdest Easter egg. They were throwing Batman toys at in Shazam. They went into the store, and so obviously this is a different universe. But like, I don't know, that kind of thing is.
Yeah, it was always funny too, because like when that scene happens, if you actually look, I mean, it's literally like actual Batman toys that you could probably actually they're all you can all get, but like they had both the yellow emblem and then the fat bat. Also, like if you look at both, it's like some's from Batman vs Superman and some's just from just normal Batman line of toys, which I always thought was like interesting how it had like both. So but then it's just you can't really take that, there's nothing really behind it because it's Shazam. It's very much supposed to be. I mean, that movie is just it's a parody essentially. It's not meant to. And I'm actually, I mean, and. Power to David F. Sandberg. I love that guy so much. That guy he's got to be one of the funnest guys I love his videos that he has with that special camera that rotates, that has everything all like have you seen those?
Yeah.
Those are insane. Those videos, like when he's driving and stuff like that, it just, everything looks really weird. And then there was like I remember he responded to somebody where he was actually like yelling for like, oh yeah, there's like a monster right here. He's holding the stick and he just yells. It's just stuff like that. It's funny, but then the humor of everything with Shazam getting pushed up to December, and power to him that he's going to have to go up kind of against Avatar, and he's making a joke out of it. But I mean, hey, it's like, hey, you're a filmmaker now. You're making the CBM. It's going to happen. You're going to go up against Avatar 2. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Avatar 2 is like, well, nobody cares about that. And I'm like, yeah, but it's James Cameron. Yeah. God knows what the hell he has been brewing up for the past 12 years. How long has it been since he made a movie?
Hypothetically, he's been working on this since like The Abyss,
True.
Right? Like the underwater stuff. I mean, the amount of time he spent, like, hasn't he spent more time with the Titanic than like any other individual person, like down in like a submarine?
That's true.
That's like he has like a Guinness record for that.
Yeah, that's right. Because he keeps on going. Yeah,
and he's always been obsessed with like filming stuff underwater and how to figure that out. And so I feel like Avatar is kind of like, I don't know if that was his intention with the first one, but Avatar is, there was going to be some sort of a grand spectacle James Cameron underwater movie, and I feel like he was like, oh, Avatar 2, I'll just do it with that one.
I'm just kind of wondering, is he going to have like, I mean, in KC, what do you think? Any surprises that you think that what would he like blow our minds with?
I mean, a lot of people are saying that he might, give us the, glassless 3D. That's what I want to see. Yeah. I don't hate 3D like a lot of people. I think it's fine. The only thing, the only issue with that
is... you don't have glasses. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't even mind it with my glasses. With 3D, you just can't treat it as the feature. It's just kind of a supplementary. Yeah. As long as the projectors are bright enough, it's like...
That's the issue, yeah. If the lens... I mean, if the glass is very dark or the screen is dark, it just ruins it. But apart from that, I think it's a cool feature. But, I know some people don't like it, but that would definitely, put a lot of people back in the theater like the first one did if you have 3D just directly off the screen.
I'm kind of wondering if he's going to have, how immersive, like he's going to try to get the audience in there. Like there's going to be like, you're going to be sitting there. I mean, but then it's going to have to be specific, movie theaters that could do something like that, where it's like, somebody jumps into the water and you're like, did you just feel some drops on your face or something like that?
like a
Didn't they try to
40X.
do? Yeah.
No, there are
Didn't they
theaters
try
that have like
Yeah.
the seats move and they spray water
Yeah.
and yeah.
I
Always
saw
remember
No
that-
Way Home like that.
Did you? Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
cool.
The
Yeah.
Sandman scene and the scene where they all run and then jump and then swing. That scene was the best, but the rest of it was just random movement and stuff. It's a
Okay.
pretty cool experience, but I wouldn't prefer that to actually, because it's kind of distracting when you're trying to watch the
Yeah.
movie.
Well, it's one of those
What?
weird like hello Martin Scorsese. Like it's literally turning a movie into a theme park ride.
Theme
Not that
park,
there's anything wrong with that, but there's movies where I'm like, okay, is this something I want to ride or is this something I want to like sit and observe and think about and imagine
Yeah.
a bit like watching like something cerebral and then like your seats moving around and like you're watching Memento and you're like, what?
I'm all dazed. I'm just like, did I lose my
exactly.
memory? Well, I know it reminds me of. You guys ever heard of a movie called Matinee with John Goodman? Anybody? Nah,
No.
probably not. Oh, you should look it up. It came out in the 90s. Love this fucking movie because he's like this guy. He's a filmmaker, like a Hitchcock kind of. It takes place in like the 50s or 60s, and he was all about bringing the audience into, like, there's buzzers on the seats when certain things would happen, and he was all about like these monster movies and trying to create.
Oh, there you go. Dice is
Dice. Yeah, see, he doesn't like the Batman apparently, but he likes Matinee.
Like, I need you and Dice to go head to head, like naming movies and then just like listing their IMDb, like without looking it up. I'd be very curious.
It's a great movie.
How that would match up.
Yeah, and the way that it ends too, the way that he has to get people out of the movie theater, and he has like this backup plan that is really fucked up, but it's great. It's a great little movie. Like, look it up. It was like it came out in like the early '90s. But it really has that whole idea of bringing the audience into the movie and like not just watching, but doing stuff in the atmosphere where he like literally wanting to, if he has a ghost movie, to have a ghost somehow fly over the audience and drip blood on them or something like that. It's like ridiculous shit, but it's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Look it up. But so like when it comes to good for David F. Sandberg. I think it's just kind of funny how now they released the movie in December, and I think he made the joke. He's like, "Oh yeah, but this one takes place during the summer." It's like, at this point, I'm almost thinking that David F. Sandberg's like, oh shit. I'm just gonna make a joke about this.
Yeah. Well, and he's so chill too. I mean, he's a YouTuber, right? Like that. Like he's
True.
a YouTuber that got a big break into low budget horror and like made a big mark there, and then got a big step up with Shazam. And so I'm sure he's like frustrated and maybe a little bit disappointed at like, his value as a filmmaker to some extent is going to rest on the box office. And so if he just gets buried by Avatar 2, but like at the same time, for someone, imagine you like started directing horror movies and then directed the superhero movie, and then they were like, you're going to go head to head against James Cameron. You're like, if someone's gonna bury me at the box, like not many people get to be. I mean, everyone gets buried by James Cameron at the box office. But like, not many people get to be like the dude going up against James Cameron's box office in December. Like even like if you win, whoa, dude, that's awesome. You're gonna be legendary. If you don't, hey, dude, you're one of the every film directors who got buried by James Cameron's box office. Like, awesome.
But you know what? But I think he's gonna lean into it. My God, I want Sandberg and Reynolds to team up one of these days, but seems like Reynolds is in Levy. This is Sean Levy.
Yeah.
They seem like they're just like they're soulmates because
it seems like something happened there. What was the first movie? Was Free Guy their first one, or
Free
have
Guy.
they done
Free Guy, and then it was Adam Project, and then now Deadpool 3, which I think we all kind of assumed that. I mean, it was just like everybody was like, "Oh yeah, I called it," and I even was like, "I knew it," but it was like, it was obvious. They said that they had like 3 or 4 more projects. Like one of them's got to be Deadpool. I mean, how do you not? These two seem to have like they just fit together very well. I mean, Free Guy was, I was worried that wasn't going to work, and it worked very well. Haven't watched Adam Project yet. I'm watching it tomorrow, and I keep hearing on my timeline, I just see nothing but positivity for Adam Project. So looking forward to that.
Well, it's one of the few movies that Shep is he's almost 6 now, and there is like a couple movies that he's seen a trailer for or whatever on YouTube, and is like, when does that come out? And that's like one of them. So it's always cool to have him get to the point where he's like anticipating a release date for something. He loved Free Guy, wants to watch it all the time.
I know. I haven't watched it again. It's on HBO Max now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Disney Plus, actually.
Is it on both?
Yeah.
How? Really? They do that every now and again, huh?
Yeah. I mean, licensing is, whatever.
It's a weird thing.
But
yeah, that's a weird thing. But no, but I just Sandberg and Reynolds seems like that would be a match made in cinema heaven. Just the marketing alone, I think, would be pretty great. But we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I think Sandberg is just gonna just hit it head on. I mean, I don't know when Avatar comes out Christmas time, right? Or is it a week before? I can't remember. You know, Casey?
I don't remember the date, but it's near Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, because the 16th is for Shazam, or is it earlier? I think it's the 16th.
Shazam, I think it's 21st.
Shazam's the 21st? I thought it was like the 16th or something like that. Somebody will say it in the chat or something like that. Yeah.
Shazam is
the 12th.
Yeah.
Okay. And Avatar is probably like 2 weeks after, I'm guessing. That's what I'm thinking. And, it gives them a little bit of a window, because it's like, yeah, at least you have 2 weeks before that. And, I mean, again, it sucks that maybe it's not a Christmas movie this time, but hey, at least it's a family movie, it's going to be a family movie with a superhero in it that I think a lot of people really found probably, I think it almost reached like a million at the box office. The first one did, but a lot of people, seem to enjoy that movie. I mean, I it's in my Christmas movie rotation now. Mm-hmm. I watched it again during Christmas time this past Christmas, and I'm like, yeah, this is like, it's a really I mean, David F. Sandberg really impressed me because he somehow made a third Annabelle movie work. I remember walking out of the origin movie. I forgot what it was called. It was a third Annabelle movie. Yeah. Origin?
Creation was the second one.
Okay. Creation. Oh, was it the second? But it was technically the third Annabelle movie, because if you're taking The Conjuring, I don't know. Anyways, it just shouldn't have worked. Because I remember going and watching it, and because I remember the previous Annabelle movie I thought was, all right, that was generic and just kind of shit. And then I went to go see that one, and I went, wow, this guy really made this work. He kind of brought some freshness into it, and I went, okay. So then when it came to Shazam, I mean, even Shazam has moments where you kind of go, oh, fuck, this is kind of freaky. This is kind of, this is not, there's going to be, if I was a kid watching this, I'd probably be a little freaked out when it came to, these demon characters that are showing up right here. I mean, it's not all.
He's got that sense too, where I haven't seen his horror stuff, but he's one of those, in the same way that like there's a lot of overlap between comedy and drama, and like knowing the timing and like how to, like, if you can do good comedy, then you also know how to like pull on people's heartstrings, because it's the same kind of, just with a different emotion.
About timing, yeah.
And with but also with horror, you have that same thing about like how to build tension and when to do the jump scare, when to do the fake jump scare. And if you can apply those same principles to something that's not like R-rated horror and still give a similar vibe, but do it in a PG or even PG-13 movie, which is kind of what's like those moments you're talking about in Shazam really have that vibe. They just don't go hard, but the filmmaking technique or the writing technique is still there.
That and Bat City stuff brought up Dave Sandberg. It's kind of like a Sam Raimi type, where you could have the freaky stuff and shoot it very well, and also have the comedy as well in there too. We got Mr. Ray.
Creation was really amazing, I would say, because especially after the first one, I liked the first one, but it wasn't top tier. Second one definitely is, And when that movie was, nearing its end, I was kind of hoping one thing in my mind. As it was playing, I was hoping that, oh, it would be so cool if they connect this to the first movie's beginning, because the first movie begins with a murder in a house. And from one house, they show the perspective of the murders happening in the other house, right? So I was
Mhm.
just thinking about, maybe they can show the other house now in the second movie's ending, because that's technically the prequel, right? And that's exactly what he did, and I was so happy about that.
That was
Because
pretty cool how they did that. Yeah.
yeah, I love
I
that.
know exactly what
It's
you're
kind of
saying.
like how Rogue One did at the end, connecting it to A New Hope from the other angle.
Mm,
um
yeah.
so yeah, I like that stuff.
Okay. How's it going?
I had my head down in the middle of like I was editing another review. I watched Turning Red earlier today.
Yeah.
Did you relate?
It wasn't. So what?
Did you relate?
You know what? Actually, yes, I did. Here's the
You
thing.
can find something to relate in there.
Here's the thing. Is like I was totally. I'll just go ahead and reveal this because I was trying to post this today. I'm gonna end up posting it tomorrow. I was gonna watch Adam Project because I really wanted to see Adam Project
Oh,
like
yeah.
on Netflix.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait.
But when I saw LeVar Burton's tweet a couple of days ago, I said, "Nope, gotta watch Turning Red."
Oh, I know.
Have to see
Yeah.
it. Like so that totally because I didn't even know, like I had heard a little bit about people being upset about that review, and then I saw that tweet, and he wasn't the only. It was like him and like Yvette Nicole Brown from Community. She commented on it too. I was like, okay, nope, you've pissed off too many black people. I got to watch this movie. I got to see what is the deal with this. So I did watch it today, and I've got a video review coming up for it on Flightcast.
A lot of people actually I saw the movie because of the backlash, so it's kind of like
Yeah,
Sean
kinda,
did
you know what?
I kind of hate that. That's why I watched it,
Right?
It's a Pixar movie, so it's like I was gonna watch it eventually, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't on my radar to watch it now.
Oh yeah, I wanted to watch Adam. I mean, it was funny because I thought that it was already on Disney Plus yesterday, and I went, "Oh shit, it's going to show up on midnight." And I'm like, "Damn it!" Because I was hoping to watch Adam Project today,
Yeah.
and so then I had to like after I got done with work, I was like, "All right." I went, ran some errands, and then I came back, and I'm like, "All right, let me get this. Let's see what this is all about. Let's see." And I posted my first reaction. I'm not going to do a full review, but it was just like it was kind of like. Yeah, I could understand what the target audience this is for. I like there's the humor. It's got that similar Pixar humor that I really like. There's something about the way that the fast motion, comedy, physical comedy stuff that Pixar really does well. I mean, a lot of the animated studios do well, but Pixar always has like a nail on it. But I thought the third act was really strong. Like I thought that's where the movie really shined when it came to Turning Red. I was like, I don't know if you feel that same way, Ray. I know we don't have to spoil your review.
No, well, it's a spoiler-free review.
Yeah,
I try to stay spoiler-free. I try to observe the spoiler moratorium at least on the top side, like for that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, the third act, look, you're talking to the guy who still thinks that Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings was probably the best Marvel movie last year. And that's as much as I love No Way Home. No Way Home was great.
I agree.
I think Shang-Chi was their number one effort last year.
I think people are going to see it that way over time too.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
It's such a good rewatch value, big time.
Yeah, and so like all of that culture, man, I seriously, it's I love it. So like seeing all of that in this movie was like, okay, this is my wheelhouse. I love this shit. Like so like seeing and I guess I will say this: it's a coming of age story.
Definitely
from a different angle, which I completely appreciate, especially from a multicultural standpoint, because it's like we all have like there's so coming of age is its own genre. There are so many of those. So each of the last 3 generations like has their own grouping of coming to age movies that like they latch on to that are different from the other 2. So like to see one from this angle. And for it to be technically a period piece, which that's kind of spoiling a little bit, but like, yeah.
I know, right? I was surprised by that. I went, oh, this time.
It explained a few things because of some of the stuff that's in it, like okay, like the boy band thing. And
Yes,
like
that's.
that,
I mean, if we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about relating or connecting with. That's where that's where I found my kind of thing. I was like, oh, this is during that when I literally graduated high school during this time, and I went,
Totally.
okay, I can actually go. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, that's. I mean, literally. I mean, the boy band group that's featured in this. I'm like, there was a boy band group that just you just remove one part of the name.
Basically, right, and make one of them black. And that's totally that was totally the image that I came up with. But no, I thought it was. Hey, listen, dude, there's three things that you get with a Pixar movie for me. Usually, it's usually good. It usually is relatable, and usually at some point I will cry.
Yeah.
I did not like would I put this on like Toy Story or Up Level? No. But I it's not like I wasn't feeling anything by the time the movie was over. It was like
that third act is strong, and it really definitely delves into that whole family aspect and that coming of age and mother daughter. It's big time mother daughter.
The family thing and also the idea of what the panda represents in an emotional sense. Although the great thing about the metaphor in that movie is not just what the panda represents emotionally, but also what it represents physically.
Yes, which was interesting, when you're talking about a Pixar movie. But I mean, and I even said this in my first reaction. I'm like, it's parallels to Teen Wolf. I mean, that's what I kind of like.
Thank you. That's a great. It's yes.
Yeah.
There was a part. The part where they're explaining it to her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought of the scene from Teen Wolf where he opens the door, like he won't let his dad into the bathroom, and then he opens the door, and his dad's just as shaggy as he is. He's like, an explanation is probably long overdue.
Yes.
It's totally. Same exact thing I thought of.
Totally, kind of like that kind of sense to it, and that's what I mean. When you have these types of movies too, it's like at first you're just going, just show what's happening to you, just stop, don't, and then when you that's what I love about in that scene in Teen Wolf where he's trying to hide it from his dad, and then he goes, fine, if you want to see it, fine, and then he just whips that door open, and then he just sees that his dad looks just like him, and it's like, oh shit. I mean, it's just that one kind of moment scene where it's like, what? Because you're thinking like, oh, his dad's gonna freak out. Nope, his dad knows exactly what's happening. Totally. So,
but no, so I ended up because there's still like 9. This was Pixar's 25th movie.
Crazy, right?
Whoa. Which I feel so old.
Yeah, their last two movies were Soul and Onward.
I
didn't see Onward.
I haven't seen Soul or Onward.
You haven't seen Soul?
They're both really good.
I've not seen either.
Ray. Yeah. I can't believe you haven't seen Soul yet.
Do you know what it's about, Ray?
So yes, I know what it's
about. Okay, I was like, it's about jazz. Like, how have you not seen that?
No, it's when did Soul come out?
Oh, during the pandemic.
But wasn't it Disney Plus exclusive?
No, the exact day that it came out.
Oh,
no, I don't know.
Wonder Woman 84 day.
No, it would. Okay, technically yes. It came out on Christmas. Christmas. Christmas is my birthday, so it got lost in the shuffle. Funny enough, my mom asked me for like Disney Plus access so she could watch it. So she's seen it like on my account, but I still haven't watched it.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch it.
Because there's like because I think Soul.
I saw Wonder Woman.
Okay, but that. Casey, we had to review that for our show, so I had to watch it in that regard. So if you want me to choose between the two, I'd probably Soul, I'd probably pick Soul. But
I get it. But I know. Yeah, you're in for a treat, though, man. I was, I mean, I knew the movie was going to be good, but I was like, that good. Okay. I didn't know it was going to be that good. And part of it's the music. It's not even the jazz is fantastic, but it's the music that even Trent Reznor adds to it when it comes to trippy afterlife shit.
Soul is weird because it feels like a long short film.
Yeah.
Like it's a really crazy, like, or I don't know, crazy as much as like it's sublime, and it's like it ends. And the first time I saw it, it ended, and I was like, oh, that's it. but also
Yeah.
that's so kind of key
So
to the
heavy.
whole. Yeah, it's so heavy, and then it's just. I don't want to. I guess I won't spoil it any more than that.
Yeah,
but
don't spoil it. Yeah.
because Ray needs to see it. But it feels like a short film in that way, where like a short film will end, and you're like, oh, this was just like a moment in time, and Soul has that same kind of vibe, but it's an hour and a half or whatever it is, so yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, it's so Soul, Onward, and if we
Yeah, I
go
see
wa-
Onward,
if we go back further, I still haven't seen like Incredibles 2. I haven't seen Finding Dory. I haven't seen Inside Out. I haven't. I
Ooh,
still
Inside
haven't
Out
seen
is
Inside
another
Out.
must watch.
That's a good
Yeah.
one too. Yeah.
There's
That's
like
one
a-
of the best Pixar movies, but like also it's like a little more esoteric in a lot of ways that maybe
the last Pixar movie I watched before today for Turning Red was catch up. It was Coco, and
yeah.
that was one
That's
where
great.
like the third act of that movie, I was just like, okay, give me the damn tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Give me the dip
you're
tissue.
gonna-
Third act.
Actually,
I
no.
was like
You
that
know
for
what?
The whole movie.
You know what? Truthfully, like there's like there's the dark twist that happens in that movie,
Yeah.
which I was warned about, but completely forgot about the warning. And then when it happened, and I was like, "Are you what? No!" It just like you pick, dude. Pixar movies just do this. They're just designed. If you don't cry at some point
Yeah.
during a Pixar movie, you're not watching it right.
I know,
Just-
right?
Yeah.
It's just how it is. So yeah, but no, I found it relatable. I did. I found
You
it quite
can find
relatable.
anything, yeah.
I found it quite relatable in a number of places. No, not specific. I mean, listen, is there a demographic that it is aimed for? Yes,
Oh,
not the one
100%.
he was talking about. Funny enough, the one he was talking about is like, okay, yes, this is a story that involves them, but it's not exclusively a story about them. It's a story that could be about anyone.
who was
in
talking
that-
about?
Who,
Sorry, no, I missed context.
oh,
Well, we all know who the review, right?
Oh,
yes.
oh, yeah. Okay.
He was
Well-
indicating that it was for a specific demographic, and he was wrong in terms of the ethnicity, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah. I don't know. I read the review and didn't really get the impression that he was referring to ethnicity as much, but I know that was what all of the attention and kind of coverage about it after the fact was. I think it was inelegantly written, and
Oh,
I think
it was terribly
and
written.
It's fundamentally like, I mean, and I like Sean, but
Yeah.
from a fundamental like where I would disagree with it in like fundamentally is in the fact that you are anchoring a review of a movie in your perspective of its audience appeal, which is just not a fair way to approach art. I think it's an interesting thing to comment on if you're saying like this is different from other Pixar movies because it's got a different target audience, and to approach that in a more objective way of, oh, hey, they're taking a different approach with this. But for it to be a review and B, say it's bad because of this reason is where I disagree with it. And then I think the rest of it, I don't know. I can't. Who can say? But I think that
It's
a lot of the
exhausting.
assumptions people were jumping to were inferred, and definitely not anything he actually said in the review.
It was well. Some of, I mean, unless CBC News was misquoting him, which they took quotes from the article, and they also the tweet, which is where the I think the tweet is really where the unrelatable thing came from.
Yeah.
The tweet that he posted, and it was like,
yeah.
yeah, right, the exhausting thing too, and it's like there's already, you know how you have a scenario where like you hear an argument so many times that it really starts to grate on you. And
Yeah.
then the next time that you hear it, if anything else culturally is added to it, you just go straight to 180. Like,
Yeah.
as far, like the,
Well, and that's why I feel kind of like he I don't, victim is the wrong word because I'm not trying to, but he I think that added to the discussion in a way that tilted it in that direction more than it would have been on its face.
probably more than he intended.
Like, right. Oh, definitely more than he intended. But like if you like, it is an argument of the, well, why is this movie not about me, is like a problem with critics, especially when it comes to race and gender and orientation and all those things. And so I don't think that that's what he was saying, but because it's close and it's a similar angle to that, a lot of people were ready to make the assumption of, oh, it's the same thing everyone else has been saying. But like, I mean, we were talking about Soul or
Yeah.
Coco, and he loved like Soul. He thought
praised-
should have won
yeah.
Best Picture, and
Yeah.
I looked at the reviews for those to be like, well, let's see how he addressed that one, because that's a very specific demographic, and it's not doesn't match him, and it's
Right.
and he raved about how much he identified with the characters in it, and how great the music was, and all of these different things.
Well, so
And
then someone will just be like, well, he's inconsistent. He's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
He's inconsistent. You know, like
So
that's
there's just so many different
so-
ways that things can be approached. You know.
yeah,
when it
and
comes to
it's and did
Oh.
oh
We lost
wait,
KC.
it- no,
He doesn't like talking about controversial issues.
He's like, I gotta get out of here.
but it's like I think that it necessarily warranted the amount of vitriol? Not necessarily. However, it is one of those cases where, dude, you got to read the room. You know what you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
definitely a read the room situation. Like,
Right.
And that was where I was more like, I don't agree with that approach to the review, even if it was a positive review, reviewing something from the basis of this is good or bad because of how much it is made for me.
Right.
And then secondarily, if that is going to be your angle, like, there is so much nuance, you have to thread a needle on that discussion, especially when you're a white dude reviewing a movie made for not white dude. Because that's what I thought was weird about it, is like, I don't think it was elegantly worded, but the response was kind of funny, because it was like, how dare this 40-year-old dad not associate with a movie made for Chinese teenage girls in Toronto? He should. And like, I get there's more universality to it, so I'm not saying like that he was inherently right in like this is not accessible, but it was just kind of a fun. And then of course you have all these white dudes jumping into Twitter to be like, well, I found it, I could associate with it. It's like, dude, this is not about you proving that you are better than Sean. This is
well, because when this happens, you get the performatives, like especially on social media, you get tons of that. But no, it's like
every white dude who's reviewing it now goes out of their way to mention how much they
Relatable.
how relatable.
and there's like it really the reason I was saying that I don't think he was on the mark in terms of like the demographic that it was aimed for is because now after having watched the movie, I'm like, okay, no, I understand why he leaned toward a particular demographic, but quite honestly, if you really look at the movie, it's much wider. Like if your target, if you're trying to pinpoint it, if you're trying to hit the bullseye, okay, I see what you mean. But the movie doesn't necessarily it doesn't hit the bullseye isn't intentional. Like, they're not trying to laser focus into one group. They're telling a much broader story. And I kind of wish he had watched the documentary. There's a 48-minute documentary.
It's on Disney Plus, right?
Yes, and I watched that before I recorded my review, and like
that probably could have helped him.
That was the director and like her leadership crew, which is all women, but they're not all Asian. In fact, 2 of them are white. So it's like, okay, so and the whole time they're talking, and they all have different perspectives, right? Like one of them is a straight mother of 3 or 4. Another is a lesbian mother of 2. Another one just had a baby. And like had a baby throughout the process, like during the 5 years that they were putting the movie together. And then the director I think she just got married. Yes, they had a Zoom wedding, if I'm not mistaken, like because of the pandemic. And so they were talking about how the 4 of them offered completely different perspectives on not only just how they grew up at that age of the main character, but also, you know, the parental angle of it. Like that's where the producer is the one who's been she's like worked for Pixar like the entirety of the company's existence, has like 2 or 3 kids and a dog and a husband and all that. And so she's the one offering the perspective from the mom, like, okay, this is what the parent does and all that. And it was a very collaborative process. So it's like, okay, no, this isn't as one-dimensional as somebody might think in terms of its aim, in terms of its target. They're going in a couple of different directions. It just happens to be a Chinese Canadian main character.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I said, give it a watch. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be for everybody, and that's just the way it's always supposed to be. But back to the people in tights and capes. What?
Yeah, because I was saying this out loud. I'm pretty sure that that Avatar 2 and Shazam: Fury of the Gods are the same day, the 16th.
Is it the 16th?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
I didn't. I forgot to look.
Although
yeah.
Shazam is 12th.
No, it's the 16th. Or at least that's what Aaron Couch's tweet said. He said 12, 16, 22.
That's right. I thought it was the 16th. 12th would be 4 days. Yeah.
Well, do you guys do month, day, year, or day, month, year?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Is it flipped?
Yeah, we do day, month, year.
Oh, okay. So that's what.
Okay.
No. We do month, day, year.
Yeah,
So
we do
12.
month, day,
So
year.
12. Yeah. Which I'm obviously,
so-
you know that you read American media.
So it is the exact same. Oh my god. Okay, so like what?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay. Now
Can relate.
I really thought that.
How
Sandberg
dare
had-
you?
Yeah. I really thought that Sandberg had like a little bit of a buffer.
Well, okay, but here's all right. A few things with this, and
Let's hear it.
twice so far, like in revitalizing my YouTube channel, I've gone into like, okay, on this day I'm gonna do a video about this, and then I've changed course twice as a result of it.
Welcome
today,
to YouTube.
Today was one situation because I was gonna do Adam Project and I ended up doing Turning Red, but
Yeah.
Wednesday I was totally gonna do a how-to video on how to deal with people who don't like or love the Batman. And then all of that happened, and I said, screw it. I'm doing a video on how to deal with when your movie switches a release date.
Yeah.
Which I totally did. And I gotta be like, okay. So I am not discounting James Cameron. I am not discounting what the first Avatar movie did. But my legitimate question to everyone here is, why are we so afraid of the sequel 12 years later?
I think it's just because we don't know what James Cameron has in store. You know, if there's going to be something that's just going to blow minds, where that word of mouth. I mean, like when it came to the first Avatar movie, I mean, the reason why that thing was so huge is because just that 3D was like, it just seemed like on a whole other level. I mean, I remember, you know, seeing it with a group of friends, and we all walked out. At first, we were like, 3D. It was like, yeah, but apparently we have to see it. You know, it's supposed to be, and we were all blown away by it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what he's done and pushed when it comes to this. I mean, there's been so lack of content. We had a couple of concept art pieces, which some of them didn't even look that great. But it's like, what? Yeah, we don't know what is happening with this movie, and I think James Cameron is trying to like keep it that way, but. I don't know. I think there's going to be something.
The thing that is always hard to talk about with James Cameron is, like, I totally get why people don't expect it to be good. And, like, I'm not even a huge Avatar fan. I'm not sure I've ever seen it entirely all the way through in one sitting. I did not see it in theaters.
It's a long movie. It's a long movie.
I can't. Yeah, I know. But I can't tell you much about it. So this is not me being like some sort of Avatar loyalist. And I'm not even that into James Cameron. I like it. I love Aliens. I love T2. I love, you know, like, so it's not that I dislike him. He's just like not one of my like top 5 or whatever. But the thing with James Cameron though is that like that's just what he does. And that's not a like he's the greatest, you know, it's not even like a Nolan thing where you're like, oh well, Nolan always, his movies do well at the box office or whatever, he's reliable. It's literally like name a record setting James Cameron movie that people thought was going to be a record setting James Cameron movie.
I don't think either one of them
Like,
No, I don't think either one of them went into it with those expectations.
Yeah, and he like T2 was the first, was like the most expensive R-rated movie at the time.
Yeah.
True Lies was the first movie to be made for over $100 million. Obviously, you know, and then Titanic was huge, and that was like marred with all sorts of insanity, budget issues and delays and production complications, and then
Which
Avatar
was
was this
with him.
Yeah, exactly. And then Avatar was just like WTF, what is that? And like for the franchise expectation was different at the time, so nobody was like we're in this place now where someone's like, oh well, you have Avatar where I'm not going to clap when anybody shows up on screen because I'm not attached to any of those characters. Whereas they're like, oh no, there's all these, like, I'll clap if Superman is in Shazam, and like that's going to be a big, you know. So you don't have that, like, that's kind of the way people view these things now, is like you throw IP into it, and it has, and so people think, well, which one's going to be bigger? Well, the one that has the surprise Tobey Maguire cameo is going to be the bigger one. Like
that's why people think Multiverse of Madness is going to be like the best movie of the year.
And not that doesn't work and isn't successful. It's just that like I don't know why or how James Cameron does it, but the fact of the matter is, like statistically speaking, historically speaking, like trend wise, you just don't bet against him, because it's not like he's always the, well, this is just some crazy thing James Cameron's doing, and then it comes out and it just blows the doors off anything people have even imagined was possible in terms of box office. Like, and that's like, you look at like the difference between like that and Endgame. Well, everybody like that would, like, people knew that was going to happen. It was coming forever, and it was this build up, and it was this huge hullabaloo. Whereas like Avatar, he's just like, yeah, I made this weird blue alien tail sex movie. Do you want to watch it?
Tail sex movie.
So you saw it till there?
No, I've seen the whole thing. I haven't seen it in one sitting. I've seen that part a bunch of times.
Well, I took Smurfs and Fern Gully, and you know, and they all come from Pocahontas anyway. You know, like it's
I know, right? They're all derived from that.
Totally. And look,
which is, you know, George. That's the same approach George Lucas did with Star Wars. Just took all these different classical inspirations.
That's what you do.
Well, that's
so it's not
right. Well, I there was some stuff earlier this week about, you know, people talking about, you know, how the Batman ripped off other movies, and I'm like, okay, if we're gonna go down that road, as far as movies ripping off other movies, then stop watching movies. They all rip off of everybody, whatever. But like, no, you're right. In 2009, that was like, we saw that in IMAX, and that was one of those cases where like everybody said, like everybody said you got to see it in IMAX. So, and we went at like 10 in the morning and thought on a Sunday and thought it would be okay. New, sold out 10 in the morning on a Sunday. Yeah. Sold out IMAX.
You expected it to be fine, because why would the movie about blue people?
Well, I mean, there was nothing, you know, and it was a different landscape back then as well, because I mean, the MCU.
The main gimmick, I would say, is the 3D thing.
Yeah, I think the 3D thing.
Yes, the 3D thing.
And this is what,
remember, that was also not just for theaters though, but that was a huge one of the first. I don't know how early that was in the Blu-ray game, but that was like the reference Blu-ray people were buying when they were getting a new TV. They would get Avatar to show off their, you know, that was, I think that was before 4K. I think that was like Blu-rays were new, and 1080p was like the standard, and people were like, I got a 1080p TV. Do you want to watch Avatar on it? Like,
no, it was well,
it was big in the home market too.
And part of that was spillover because of how blown away everybody was when they saw it in the theater. Which okay, totally understand. Yes, and it's not that I'm betting against James Cameron, because I'm not. I am a James Cameron fan. Okay, Aliens, the first two Terminator movies, True Lies, The Abyss, which The Abyss is the one you haven't seen, right? Steven?
The Abyss, yeah.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
Yeah,
no,
see, that's see of all the Cameron movies to see, that's the one.
I know.
See.
Well, we talked about this a few weeks ago, but like, it's just I knew that was the status, and because that's the way everybody talks about it, I'm like, you know what? I haven't seen it, and like the Blu-ray or the DVD transfers or whatever that are the copies you can find online are just like notoriously not good transfers. I'm like, you know what? And he's supposedly got a new one. I guess he's had it coming forever. But if there's legitimately but there was an update about it a month or two ago. But like, if that's legitimately on the way, like, I would prefer for that to be the way I watch it, instead of like watching a bad transfer and being like, I'll probably rewatch it. And then
try to watch the director's cut too.
Yes, watch the watch the one with the longer ending. Definitely.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely do that. And we got Mr. Samuel showing up, Mr. Team GBS. What's up, buddy? JBS, what's up?
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Hello.
How's it going?
What's going on, man?
Yeah. You
late.
awake?
It's late.
I know. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Now we're just talking about, the release dates getting moved this week and Shazam going up against Avatar.
So like I was saying, I'm not betting against Cameron. I'm not saying Avatar is going to. I don't think it's going to fail because, no, I have seen this movie before, Steven, as far as like James Cameron blasting apart the box office like just randomly with "I'm the king of the world" or "The blue people in the trees."
Well,
like,
and it's not
whatever
even like I don't even know if he has any opening weekend records. Like all of his, Titanic is probably a pretty good opening weekend, but it's legs. It's always legs.
It's all legs. Titanic.
James Cameron has legs for days.
I think Titanic is still like, that was over a year, wasn't it? Like it was in theaters a very long time.
It's still in theaters in some places.
The number of people I know who are not regular theater goers, like who see, rarely see movies, and it's usually, it's not even, they're not into like the cinematic stuff. It's always like an Adam Sandler comedy or whatever that they end up going to. Like people like that, I know that have stories about like the third time they went to see Titanic in the course of a week and how long they had to wait in line. Like it's one of those cultural things where it's like, you don't even have to be into movies, and people are like, "Oh yeah, I saw Titanic 5 times." It's like, why? I don't like.
Right.
It's good. It's a good movie, but like it's. And that's why I say don't bet against James Cameron, specifically because like I can't tell you why Titanic did that. I can't tell you why Avatar did that, but they did.
But it did
twice.
It's
and not just in a big way, but in the biggest way. The record wasn't broken for a decade, and then he broke it, and then it wasn't broken for a decade again, and it took a 30-movie franchise to barely tip over the edge. Like
and everything that Steven is saying is actually the most objective stuff we can talk about, because box office is purely its numbers. It's purely objective. We cannot dispute the data.
So with the box office, there's a proof that everybody and their moms have seen the movie. So when that movie comes out, the entire thing depends on the marketing. They'll market that movie like it's it's the must-see experience of your lifetime thing.
Unless that's one of those things where like your parents are going to text you and be like, "Is that?" And like you're like, "I don't even know you guys see movies anymore." Like,
yeah.
I mean, do y'all think it's catered to the fact that James knows how, or he's probably mastered at this point, how to create an experience of cinema?
That's what
you know what I mean by that? Like, it's kind of like, even if you take Titanic, it was kind of like. It was the song. It was the lore of the two amazing actor and actresses, and then the massiveness of what they're trying to do. Like the experience itself is why girls and guys kept going back and forth to the theater. And so when I thought about even with Avatar, I heard y'all talking about it wasn't even so much the story. The story is so simplistic. It's the reality of what he put into the technology that created an experience that people had to keep going back to see over and over again. It's not like The Dark Knight. Like The Dark Knight, it was like the story, the cinema, it was a moment, but this was an experience and an evolution of technology to the point that 100%. When I bought that 3D Blu-ray, I played it maybe like 3 years ago and put it in my PlayStation 4, and like it still looks better than any quality 4K or Blu-ray I have right now, and it's just the fact that James knew what he was doing, and I think that he's going to try to set an atmospheric moment again, but he's keeping his cards close to the chest. I don't know what that means, because Zoe Saldana, she did some kind of like little interview or whatever. She was talking about the immersive experience of underwater and how he's trying to evolve that. Unlike anything we've ever seen before. And I mean, he's done it before, so I'm not saying he's not going to do it again. It's just been so much time and so many movies and so much experiences we've had.
Well, and you think about the ways that can be done. Visually is one big way, obviously. Like you've got like, how do you make that, like Aquaman and like even Justice League, like they look good, and this isn't even an insult against them, but this whole like wet for dry thing that movies usually do, you can tell that they're like moving through the air, and it looks like they're underwater, but it doesn't feel like they're underwater, which is fine for like this fantastical thing. But if you think about like legitimately being underwater and being literally immersed in it, the visuals and the 3D and how he does that with lighting and everything is going to be one, like the stuff that happens to light underwater is like what? And but then on top of that, you've got like, imagine the sound engineering that's going to go into this. Like if we're talking about an immersive experience, he's going to go underwater. I bet people like this might be like, well, who knows? I'm getting ahead of myself here, but like it could even be like one of those Blair Witch effect things where like people have to leave the theater because of claustrophobia if they're getting like sound design
that
and like
could be
IMAX.
it too.
Like,
well, and then just going back to Titanic, what I was going to say too is like I remember specifically like just watching that movie when after the iceberg hits and blah blah blah, and then they like give that estimated time of like, oh, we have an hour before this ship sinks. Guess what? It took an hour. It like you can put your watch to. You're like, he fucking timed it. Where it's like, yeah, there's an hour left till the freaking boat is completely submerged.
Also, boobs in a PG-13 movie.
That too.
Think can't underestimate the impact of boobs in a PG-13 movie.
Because you're talking about men and women that went back. Like it's one thing of like all the girls or if all the women are like, I want to go see the movie, but no, the guys.
I guess I'll tag along.
Right, exactly.
But also there was Leo.
Yeah, he was an up and coming. You know,
he was.
God.
Yeah, well,
and
you still have, I think, because Keke Palmer has said this a lot, but there's still a large contingent of people that hate Kate Winslet because of the door, because there was more than enough room for Jack on the door, and they're like, she let him die. Basically, there's still people pissed about that to this day.
Oh, of course,
but that's also the kind of thing that, like, not that he necessarily did that intentionally, but that's the kind of cultural awareness that Cameron has also, where he's able to push, like we were saying, the Celine Dion song, and like he knows how to put these things out there. That's like this element is going to like Arnold as Terminator, for example, is one of those decisions that like the movie's great. I mean, especially T2, but like even T1. But like, what latched on about those movies? Was it people being like, "This is cinema," or was it like the iconographic "I'll be back" and like that kind of stuff that really caught on with it?
I mean, that's a good point though, because it's kind of like when I think about T1, that's a blend of horror and
that's a horror movie, yeah.
Horror movie.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's nobody thinks about T1. It's like, oh wow, it's T2, but it hit both demographics of people. You know what I'm saying? Like the horror fans love that movie, and then the action fans like, oh, this is a part of the start of this franchise culturally. You have Arnold. You know,
there are parts of Terminator that are flat out terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like absolutely scary.
It's a scarier movie than T2. Like T2 is like pure. Yes. T2 is like purely. I mean, it's like it's a blockbuster action film. Yeah, it's got some like kind of freaky elements, but it's not as freaky as the first one. Though.
Well, the first one was literally a fever dream that he had.
It's the difference between. It's the same difference between Alien and Aliens. It's the exact same difference. Exactly.
Which once again, a great understanding of how to evolve. Imagine the number of people who would come in to do a sequel to Aliens and just iterate
shitting the bed,
on and like it would have been like James Cameron could have made a great, he made Terminator, right? He could have made a great like kind of
one Alien and another,
But he totally changed the genre up, but it doesn't it doesn't feel like a course change or anything. He just gave it something completely fresh. And then once again, you've got all those iconic, like, we're gonna die, man, like game over, like all that, like.
Well, I still think the best thing he did with Terminator 2 was flipping Arnold's character, because if you saw the first movie,
flipping Arnold's character and Sarah Connor. I mean, she was like this damsel in distress and like this helpless, woman, and then all of a sudden she becomes this badass.
Dude, her first scene in the psych ward in T2
and she's just doing pull-ups.
Fantastic. Well, but it's almost to the point where it's such a flip for both of them, where it's like, it's the amount of evolution in the years between like the first film and the second film. It's like, wow, they complete and that I remember. I think it even threw my dad off when he saw it, because he's thinking Arnold is hunting the kid, and then there's that scene in the hallway, and he's just like, get down. And it's like, oh no, Arnold's the good guy. What? Like, okay.
Dude, that scene, oh my god, I love that. I love that scene so much because it's John trying to get away from the T-1000, and then he sees the T-800,
and that's when he's got the roses and the slow
and then he
motion
just
roses,
pulls out the shotgun, and then he's caught in between both of them, and you hear both their themes mashed together because they both have their individual themes, and they mash together, and it's just like, what the hell? It's all slow motion, and then he goes, "Get down!" Boom, and then it's just, you watch that fresh, you go, "What? I don't even know who's gonna what? They're both after him. What's going on?"
Right. Yeah. It was, and so I'll tell you what. Again, not to discount Cameron and not to discount his ability.
You say this.
If he can pull something like this off in today's world, because there's the other thing, you got to realize that, like, even
this
when
is pre-superhero boom,
that's not just pre-superhero boom, but also pre-social media toxicity boom. Because when the first Avatar movie came out,
they downplay even Avatar now.
Well, that's right, and so it's like he's got a lot of competition that he didn't have to deal with when he was breaking records now in terms of people's attention spans and in terms of people's like attitudes in general. Like, if he does it now, then he is the greatest filmmaker of all time. Like, he captures, like, if he can actually do that, like if he can recreate that in this environment with Twitter and Instagram and every fucking idiot on Facebook, if he can do all of that now, then build him a gold statue. Like,
I know the pressure is definitely there.
Yeah.
So
but also don't overestimate how much of that pressure is from the bubble, though. Like, Twitter isn't only a pretty small sample, but it's been proven to be demographically not remotely representative of the general population.
Please say that one more fucking time
for the people in back,
for everyone that's still seriously, because when it comes to Cape shit, nobody can figure that out.
And it's not just Cape. I mean, it's like literally every like politically or sports or whatever bubble you're in. Like, Twitter is not consistent with general population demographics, and so you get this echo chamber of like people knocking Cameron or doubting what Avatar 2 is going to do or whatever, and like I said, this is one of those ones where like your aunts and uncles and cousins who aren't like active cinephiles I saw there's a site that does surveys of upcoming movies and rates like the hype level or anticipation level or whatever, and it's not well developed enough for me to know exactly how credible it is, but it was interesting because it lined up pretty well with how things like ended up performing at the box office, which isn't that hard to do. Like, you can say like Spider-Man's going to do well and this isn't, but what I thought was really interesting was that we were a year out or whatever last time I checked it from Avatar 2, and it had one of the highest hype levels in terms of like man on the street. Which of these movies are you looking forward to? People were like, oh, Avatar 2, because on Twitter everybody's like obsessed with the day in day out news of like, you're not getting these set photos and interviews and other franchise movies that are going to connect. Oh, they're setting up this character for Avatar, and then they're going to team up with this other character from Avatar. No, like, you're not getting that multimedia, multi-platform experience, which some people anticipate would like impact box office. But James Cameron was doing these numbers that only two movies have beaten since before shared universes were even a thing. And so like even shared universes are barely beating what he was doing before that was the box office norm.
And we also got to remember too that they went all in with what, 3 sequels? 4 sequels? How many?
Well, and that's the other crazy thing, because it was like $1 billion for 4 movies, which people thought was insane. But if you look at like, that's $250 million per each, but also there is I found a number and I can't remember what it is, but there's a like 50% or like some really significant number of savings that you get on efficiency from doing these movies all at once. Well, like when they do 2 movies back to back. where because you don't have to work on scheduling, you don't have to break down sets and rebuild them. You don't have to,
the tear
all
down
of
and all that. Yeah,
all of those things, and you can just do it all at once. And there's an insane amount of savings. And so I've got to imagine that when you're doing 4 movies, that percentage of savings on efficiency only goes up the more you expand how much you're doing at once. So I wouldn't be shocked if these movies are like budgeted for, if it's the equivalent of like $350 million plus per in terms of value. And then once again, it's James Cameron. So stretch that by another 20% of production value because of what he's able to get out of this stuff. Like these are going to be some of the, like, not only can he can take a low budget and not that Avatar was low budget, but I mean, like you were saying, that like the Blu-ray still looks like better than anything else today. And that was a movie that was like $250 million a decade and a half ago.
Right.
So what happens when he's got 300 million plus today? Like,
yeah, I know.
So then here's the real question, because I think that all of us are expecting some level of WTF with James Cameron. Okay, fine. So let's say that is the case. Let's say that it sticks to its December 16th release date, which I still don't even know that is 100% solid. I mean, no release date is really 100% solid until the movie drops. But let's say that it is.
Are you hear that, Morbius? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
But let's say that that's all the case. All right. So then, what is really our concern with respect to Shazam: Fury of the Gods in relation to it? Because we're not looking for that movie to even make necessarily half of what Avatar might make if it ends up being another James Cameron phenomenon. I mean, aren't we really just looking for it to, I don't know, survive? Or like, I mean, how lucrative are we looking for that movie to actually be?
Well, I don't know what the budget is, because obviously that's always the 2.5 times budget or whatever. But also, especially with like the 45-day box office windows now, theatrical, in my mind, is it's still a big deal, but it's kind of just a precursor to the movie's ultimate profitability on streaming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because all of this stuff now is going to be in theaters for 45 days, then it's going to go to HBO Max.
Yes.
That is a unprecedented bargain for anyone who wants to. We all know people, I'm sure, from childhood or whatever, friends who were like, "Oh, I'm going to wait for Blockbuster or whatever when it's in the theater." At the time, for me, that was like insane. People were like, "Oh, I'm going to wait to see Lord of the Rings until it's out on VHS." And it was like, well, how can you wait that long? And now, so you take all of those people that were willing to wait, months for a physical release that wasn't nearly as good, and now they only have to wait a month and a half for a Dolby Atmos streaming experience.
There are people right now that have not seen the Batman and are ready and waiting for day one on HBO Max.
Yep.
Like
my wife is one of them.
And once again, this is one of those, like, everyone in film Twitter is going to see it right away.
Right.
Whereas like the general public, you go out and they're like, "Oh yeah, I want to see that." Well, did you see it right away? Well, what's the perspective of like, I need to see this day? Like, they're not looking at spoilers daily. They're not encountering like maybe there's water cooler chatter or whatever. But the entire culture of like, you have to see this right away just isn't there unless they're like,
no.
So
there's always going to be a certain group that has to see it right away. But yeah, I talk to people too. I'm like, I'll wait for the theaters to not be so full and stuff. There's always going to be those people. By the way, Sam. Thoughts on the Batman? Give your initial thoughts on the Batman, since you weren't here last week.
Oh man, that terrible movie, man. I'm joking. No, I personally felt like the Batman was one of the best live action narratives they've ever done. Honestly, a lot of people want to make the comparison. What's the best Batman movie? But for me, this was the best Batman centric film that they've ever done. Most of the time, the Batman films, the villains are more intriguing and take the spotlight over Batman. Not only was Robert Pattinson, in my personal opinion, like a psychologically imbalanced Batman that we had, but he never was really the veil of Bruce Wayne wasn't even created yet. Like
Yeah.
it was just raw Batman to the point that he wasn't even dodging out of the way of bullets. Like he's just raw, unadulterated, just pure Batman.
That's a good point. He didn't dodge a single bullet in that whole movie.
He put himself in the line of fire all times, no matter what situation.
You know what?
It wasn't about a finesse. It was about
there was a scene. There was the scene in the rafters. And, again, we were already gone past spoilers. I didn't really notice it. And I saw it 3 times, but like, I knew there was something that was interesting about that scene until somebody actually pointed out on the timeline where like the 2 of the Riddler guys were going to shoot at the same time. And he dodges that away, but he puts his arm up and the bullet ricochets off his arm and hits him in the cowl.
Yeah,
I was like, holy shit. I'm like, I did not notice that the 3 times I watched it. But yeah, he literally, like, when those 2 are about to shoot, he stops the bullet so then they don't kill each other, and it ricochets into his head, and then he falls down. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, that little detail. I was like, man, but crazy.
As far as the film, again, I think that all actors really brought it. The villains were on the same playing field as Batman, and I just personally really loved it. I've only seen it twice. I saw it once when it first came out for press, and then I just saw it maybe a few nights ago in IMAX. I had to see it in IMAX before it dropped. My wife is waiting. She's one of those people that's going to wait the 45 days till it's on HBO Max. I've been begging her to go to the movie, see it. It's like a Batman dream come true to me. Like, I don't know any way to kind of put it. If you're a Batman fan and understand Batman, especially year 2 Batman, it's the perfect film for you. But one thing I wanted to ask you guys though about the whole Shazam thing. Initially with Shazam, was it what was the original date that was supposed to release? Was it January?
June. It was June of next year.
June of next year. Yep.
They took it from June next year to bring it to December.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason why is like it was filming before the Flash.
Shazam has been wrapped for months.
Yeah, and they've already been doing test screenings. They've been doing like at the beginning of the year, everybody was like, there's a DC test screening happening, and people were like, it's the Flash, and I was like, I think I kept thinking, I was like, it's a little too early, and then sure enough, it was revealed that it was Shazam. So then all of a sudden, like, and I think we've even talked about it on the Vodka stream, we're like, there's no way that they keep that 2023 date. How does that not get bumped up if they're already doing test screenings, especially if they went well? And sure enough, there we go. It got bumped up 6 months.
And its first release date originally was April 1st, 2022.
Holy shit.
For the sequel?
For Fury of the Gods.
Okay.
Yeah. And so then it was delayed to November 4th, I think because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
The pandemic's really screwed.
And that's people really need to stop discounting that. The pandemic stuff has thrown everybody. That's another thing that came out about this is like, because I've seen a lot of sentiment of, well, now it's not the year of DC anymore. And I think that the reference point for that is they looked at what Marvel just did last year. And what they don't understand is releasing 4 movies from one franchise in a 6-month period is not optimal. Disney did not want to do that.
They had 5 DC movies this year.
Yeah, we're still getting 4, right? I mean, if you count Super Pets.
If you count Super Pets.
We're still getting Black Adam and Shazam 2 months away from each other, by the way, and that's the same. That's like the same.
Now listen, if there's any speculation, if there's any tinfoil hat, if there's anything that I'm willing to put my tinfoil hat on, it's about possibly being any type of connection between Black Adam dude, fingers crossed. Seriously,
there's also one more thing that Steven kind of reminded me. Maybe it's true or not, I don't know, but
Snyderverse being restored, right? Is that the one?
No, we'll talk about that later. But
oh god.
But you reminded me of the Justice League situation where the execs wanted the bonus, right?
Oh, right.
Before leaving, and all their movies, the whole slate was this year, and Toby Emmerich's last year is this one.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, maybe he wanted to keep all these movies this year because he'll get the bonuses for it.
To get some kind of bonus before he gets for his contract.
Or at least maybe he knew that he's going to leave.
If you want me to believe that this release date shift is a signal that he's leaving, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm right there with you. But it's just one point that maybe he was trying to just cram all of these in there.
Well, not necessarily for bonuses, but to maintain a appearance of reliability.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, I think that people are confused with the COVID getting the blame because they're like, well, but everything is like opening back up, so like, why are these being delayed? When it's a downstream effect of all of these productions were shut down, all of these VFX houses like were shuttered, and so sure, everything is opening up right now, but what that means is that while they didn't have work. Because that was a big deal for like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Remember, they were saying we're happy we can give them work because they're like they have nothing, like there's nothing coming through the pipeline, and so all of a sudden, like it's not like you can't just like cut a year out of existence, right? So like there's a year of backlog of stuff that needs to be done, and now all of a sudden all these things are going back into production to ramp up, and on top of that you've got all these streaming services and everything doing more and more content than ever before with high end VFX stuff. Netflix acquired Scanline, right, because they're doing all of this insane stuff, and so not only do they have the pandemic backlog, but then finally people are like, oh, we're making movies again, and so the VFX studios went from 0 to 60 just like that. And so when you've got 4 movies, you got Aquaman is very VFX intensive, and you've got all these other ones. Yeah, Black Adam and
Batgirl maybe.
And so, it's a time crunch of like you literally just can't get all of that work done and they're not the only studio doing that, and a lot of these VFX houses serve more than one studio, so that's Marvel and DC and Star Wars, less so Star Wars because they lean so much on ILM, but even so ILM works with more than just their stuff, but it's all coming to them at once.
Right, but this is all stuff that, generally speaking, our circles just does not. Whenever this stuff happens and people freak out, it's very clear. It's like, yeah, y'all don't understand the business. Y'all just do not get, like, logic just escapes people when it comes to like,
no,
and going back to the Marvel thing, it's like, okay, they had Black Widow in July, Shang-Chi in September, Eternals in November, No Way Home in December. Now I realize that as a fan of all of that, you were happier than a pig in shit for 6 months. I totally get that. But here's what you don't understand. What you don't understand is the Black Widow and Eternals were supposed to come out the year earlier.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be 2020 movies, and you weren't supposed to get the other two until last year. And the order was even shifted around that because Shang-Chi was supposed to be after Eternals. Eternals was supposed to be first, then Shang-Chi, right? So this idea of Disney backloading the back end of 2021, that was their backlog. They were doing that to catch up, not to make it a regular schedule.
The only thing that sucks about the DC slate thing is the fact that that DC sizzle reel that came out and that was playing in front of the Batman.
So
it's just like it was like
but pursuant to Steven's bubble point, I have to ask because so many people are like, that is such a bad look. How many people in the general audience even remember that sizzle reel after watching the movie?
Probably not a lot.
Yeah, they don't remember what the movies were postponed.
Yeah, or also they don't. To them, the idea of like, have you ever tried to explain movie drama to somebody who's not like?
Dude, they look at me like they look at me like I'm speaking backwards.
Yeah, and to be like, and so to explain like the idea of there being drama or whatever over a movie's release date, they'd be like, I mean, they had to change it because of stuff happened. I don't see what the and then that's not even touching on like the like the film Twitter or whatever or fandom kind of drama. That's just the type of person who's going to look at a release date change and be like, how dare you? Is not 90% of the people who are buying tickets for it
No.
they see that as like, oh, the bagel store was out of bagels today. I'll get a bagel tomorrow.
Exactly.
Like,
no, he's right. He's right. No, that's a great analogy. He's right because seriously, if I tell my mom or anybody that Aquaman's not coming out until March, all right, I'll see it in March.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh, God damn it! I was hoping to see it during Christmas. No, nobody's gonna know that. Who knew these release dates, anyways? Yeah, I know, but it's just kind of funny how like because every time I saw the Batman 3 times, that sizzle reel was right in front of it, and there was like the year DC kind of thing, and I was like, and every time, but now it's just like, oh shit, like they put that in front, you know.
I think the fandom thing is also playing a role in it because people always like, what are your most 3 anticipated films this year? And I think that if we're being completely transparent here, most people would say, Doctor Strange 2, The Flash, and later on Avatar 2. But now, it kind of looked like, oh man, Flash is taken out of there. Other stuff's going to be shifted around. So now it's changed to being Doctor Strange 2 if it keeps its date. Avatar 2, and then Black Panther 2, all in the same year. And all this is Disney. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this is Disney. And so I think that it plays on the defense of the DC fandom. They're like, man, why we always getting? But it could be that later on, those films are going to be moved too. I don't know if Black Panther is going to keep this release date.
I don't think I have a lot of doubts on that one, Samuel. I mean that
you want to talk about it, right?
You want to talk about a troubled production.
Well, they would like to be shooting it. But it is not done being shot yet. But I don't believe they are actively shooting. I thought
they were like started shooting back.
Maybe they did.
Are they delayed again?
I don't know. I just know that they had like cameras were like halted for like months.
No, it was January. They said January it was going to start shooting.
Because of her. Well, because it was the big delay was because of her back injury, right? Like because she got hurt, and then
one of the reasons.
That was one of them.
Well, yes,
injury.
No, look, we don't need to get into that.
My back hurts. You need a shot? Oh, sorry.
Shots fired.
Sorry.
Well played.
No, but I mean, that movie. I mean, that movie is just gonna be, I think you're right. I think that's gonna get pushed to next year too. I don't know. So. I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Is there another Marvel movie besides Across the Spider-Verse, which? Please keep that.
Well,
where that's at.
I have more. See,
I forgot about that.
Morbius was going to come out in.
Oh, that's right.
Morbius was going to come out into January if it wasn't for Omicron. Omicron screwed them over, and Warner Brothers basically just rolled the dice and said, okay, by March it should die down, and they were right. They gambled on it and it worked out. So it's like, all right, cool.
We were so worried about that. Remember that?
Everybody
was so worried about the Batman being delayed again.
I've never been that happier to see like the official, it was like a couple days after the Morbius thing, the official account posted March 4th. I'm like, thank you, God. March 4th. Thank you. And it still sucks that movie couldn't come out in October because it's so fit. The original October release
with the Halloween atmosphere. I know.
Yeah, but
would have been so perfect.
It would have been, but no, I think Black Panther very well probably is going to get moved. I don't have much faith in it at all that it's going to stick to its original date. Doctor Strange, I think will. I think Multiverse of Madness will stick.
I think it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine, and that's going to be huge because we all know. I mean, I'm just wondering, like, all the theories and all the speculations when it comes to that. Do we need another trailer? No. I think it's just kind of fun. I'm surprised with all the secrecy that came with Toby and Andrew in Spider-Man. I am so surprised that in that trailer that they were just like, yeah, we're gonna have Patrick Stewart, we're gonna have Xavier stay aligned, and we're gonna see like his ear.
No one was gonna know who that voice was.
Yeah. And it's so weird that they would do that and not accompany it with a press push for like announcing that he was cast in it. Well, and he's not even allowed to talk about it because in interviews he's like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about."
Now he doesn't give a shit.
The other difficulty with that, the other difficulty with that, Steven, is that he's been working for the last year because he's been in California shooting season 2. He's been shooting season 2, and they shot season 2 and season 3 of Picard like concurrently. They just wrapped season 3, which is going to be the final season. It's only going to be a 3-season series, but like he's been busy, like working, like with Paramount this whole time. So like he probably definitely
they didn't want to put him through the Andrew Garfield fucking ringer. Man.
Not at 80 years old, and I mean that literally.
Yeah,
he's
but
80.
at the same time, when he was first asked about that, he was so perfect on how he answered. First he said he was like, I was just at home watching football. I don't know how could I be that, and then there was like another time he goes, "Who's Doctor Strange?" And it was just like, there you go, buddy. But then now he's just going, yeah, it's me. That's I'm surprised people recognize my voice. I'm like, but you have a distinct voice, sir.
Well, I wonder if he got clearance for that, or if it was just like one of those things where he's like, well, I'm Patrick Stewart, and I don't want to pretend that I don't know what they're talking about for another couple months, so I'll just...
He has built-in clearance. No one... If he tells Feige to jump, Feige says how high.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, though. I wonder, because he's a polite guy, like, I wonder if he was like, is it okay if I talk about this? Or if he was just like, yeah, I'm not going to do this dance. I saw Andrew Garfield do this dance. I'm not going to do that dance.
He probably politely said that. He probably politely
I'm not going to say I'm a werewolf or, a wolf, whatever he said. I'm not going to.
That's right. The other Marvel movie that's coming out this year is Thor.
I know. We always forget about Thor.
Don't forget, like Sonic the Hedgehog is going to be bigger than people. Like, remember that first movie was the biggest box office of 2020.
I still haven't seen it.
It's solid. It's
solid. It's fun. It's an enjoyable movie. I've never been too I don't like his voice as much. What's his name?
See, I love Ben Schwartz. So
yeah, I love Ben Schwartz too, but I don't like him as the voice. I don't know why. Maybe I'm too spoiled with. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't take me out of it. It's still a very enjoyable movie. I mean, Jim Carrey, fucking every scene that he's in. I mean,
I haven't seen Jim Carrey on that level in a long time.
Yes, that was '90s Jim Carrey. In that movie, it was 100% 90s Jim Carrey. Like it was, he still has it at his 6 years old or whatever.
I was still because part of this is where like the fandom, sometimes the fandom illogic seeps into your brain and you don't mean it to, but it just changes your behavior. Like I was still pissy over the VFX thing that happened with the first movie.
Oh yeah,
so I was like, so I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna watch this movie. I don't like how film Twitter bullied them into changing this shit. I hate that. Whatever.
Although
at some point I will watch it.
Didn't it come out that they wanted that?
No, initially they
wanted the other design in the studio for something more.
No, there was actually the report that came out where initially they did have that video that source accurate, and then it changed over time, and then obviously after the first trailer,
because I was in a similar spot at first, but then it sounded later on like maybe the filmmakers kind of used that as leverage to get something closer to what they wanted. But I could be wrong on that, but I feel like it was the studio was subject to the bullying, not like the director was like, it's my vision to have Sonic look like a mouse.
That completely changes. If the first one was studio meddling, then I need to watch the movie tomorrow. Like at that point, but like
it's not really a studio meddling thing, I would say. And the fans also, yes, that is definitely wrong. But I liked how they dealt with it and actually changed it for the better. I actually didn't mind the the first look that they showed in the teaser. It didn't look exactly like Sonic, yes, but obviously it's a live action movie. You wouldn't exactly have that, but once they changed it, it was just perfect. So I'd say that they made the right choice.
I think they did because it was just I kind of was like, yeah, it's a little strange, but I get it. They were trying to bring him into live action, sure. But I think overall it was the best choice to revert back to it. And I think it actually probably did help the movie because it ended up being pretty, because I thought the movie, I was like, is this movie going to bomb? And then when I watched it, I went, okay, this is enjoyable enough to be like a family blockbuster 100%. And sure enough, it did gangbusters. So
it sounds like the reception for that movie is in line with my personal reception of Detective Pikachu.
Yeah,
because
I think it's better.
That movie was good too.
Because I missed the boat on Pokemon completely for a number of reasons. Not the least of which, it was a source of frustration working for 7 years at GameStop. But when it came to seeing the movie, it was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, and I left the theater like, okay, no, I actually like, I'd take some more of those. They didn't make any more, but I wouldn't mind that being a franchise. That was actually pretty enjoyable.
I figured that they were gonna. I mean, I know they wanted to make like this franchise with it. I figured it had enough to warrant a sequel, but I don't know.
Well, and I think this wasn't like a big deal, but I think there was a little bit of disappointment or feeling that like Tails and other people should be in the first one, and I feel like people don't sort of underestimate how big of a deal like Tails is, because like that was one of the first. I could be very wrong here, but I feel like Mario, you could play as like Mario and Luigi, but you had to take turns, right? But Sonic and Tails, like on like Sega Genesis, you could play together, and like that was such a, and it wasn't even really good. It wasn't even very good co-op, but it was so
Sonic 3.
That kind of thing wasn't as common at the time. So Tails is like really big.
But Steven, you always start with the solo movie.
Well, you know what? Okay, to that end, KC, though, like being that I played Sonic back in the day, and it was like I still have that mindset where I'm like, well, no, give him he had the first 2 games to himself. Give him his movie. Give him his first
actually,
movie
I think Tails was in the. I'm trying to remember.
I don't think Tails is in the second one.
I think Sonic 2.
Well, I remember. Yeah, I remember. I just remember like there was a level where where Sega Genesis upped the graphics where instead
it would do where you're in the tunnel and have to get the coins.
Yes, you're like in the tunnel, and so you could be either Tails or.
I lie because the Mario version of that was the Hammer Brothers. What was the layered level where with the POW block that you could play like co-op on that, but it was an arena style instead of.
I don't think that was. You couldn't do that on the original Nintendo. I think that was definitely like later, like down the road, because I don't think any of the first 3 Mario Brothers games had no co-op, and you know what? World didn't have co-op either. World, you had to take turns.
Well, has there ever been a proper co-op? Because I think that's the closest to co-op that there was, at least at that age, was when you could do the whatever the platforming one was instead of the scroller.
The only Mario co-op game I've played is the Mario Brothers for the Wii, which has 4-player co-op. Yeah. But as far as earlier than that, not that I can remember.
Yeah. Or obviously there's Mario Kart and all that too, but
okay, so it was Sonic 2. Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Sonic 2
Tails was always with Sonic during that. Throughout.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. He was. Yes, you're right.
Except you were like Sonic really was in charge. You would just give your little sibling the Tails controller, and they would just kind of hop around while you did other stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Except when it came to that level where you're actually going down that tube trying to connect, like.
Well, and then you're in competition, right? Because if you jump, you would jump in front of the other person.
Yes. Right. It was constantly like you're trying to jump in front of the other person, and then you're trying to get as much rings as possible. Yeah. I played Sonic 2 more than probably all the others. But then we have Knuckles, and then it was like, all right, brilliant. You have Idris Elba as the voice. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And they're going to bring in Shadow next?
Yeah. I'm sure.
But as a Mario diehard and as a Mario junkie, I'm just really frustrated. It's like, why is Sonic getting all this glory? We still can't get Mario.
I know. Chris Pratt's going to be Mario pretty soon. Got that Chris Pratt Mario.
I still to this day, I'm like,
joke about that.
I like Chris Pratt. But I'm like, and then like I've made the joke before. I'm like, after watching House of Gucci, I'm like, you have Leto right there. Nice. You have Leto right there. He did. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Although, you know what I've always thought though is I think part of the problem with Nintendo and first of all, there's like so much more controlling, but also people are trying to think of Nintendo in like more of a siloed franchise perspective, and I don't know how much potential. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who would be mad at me about this. I don't know how much potential like a Mario franchise has, or like a Mario movie has.
Well,
and maybe I would have said that about Sonic too, and they kind of proved me wrong on that. Yeah, exactly. And so I'm sure there's ways to do it, but what I've always thought would make like the most sense is just like straight up go Super Smash Bros. Like just take all the Nintendo IP and throw it. And I'm sure they would be like, well, we got to do solo movies first. But if you can get all of that IP into like some sort of a shared, like a Across the Spider-Verse or whatever kind of style.
Ready Player One kind of.
Exactly. I think
so you gotta do Super Mario Brothers, and you gotta do Zelda right after that.
Do a Secret Wars. It's Secret Wars with Nintendo characters.
Then you gotta does Kirby get his first movie before or after the team up?
Yeah, Kirby feels like like he's like a Hawkeye.
Yeah, special gift.
So he doesn't get a movie, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't get his own movie, but like, but Link gets his own movie, right?
Link has to. Yes, Link has.
Yeah,
to
Link gets his own.
Yes.
Link,
you know what? Link's probably the one that gets like you know what? If we were going by,
he's the Captain America.
Yes, Link is totally the Captain America.
Mario's
Iron Man. Yes, absolutely.
That makes Luigi War Machine, so he gets recast between the.
We're really.
Does
doing
anybody
this.
remember?
Yes,
does anybody remember?
Dude, Luigi is like the most underrated Smash Bros. Character, by the way.
Because of his jump.
Yep.
Because he has
the Scorcher. Love that shit.
They really made this movie relatable to Sean, though.
To who? Oh shit! Stop it, Casey. Damn, Casey. Jeez, you just keep on doing
Look,
that.
I don't hate him or anything. It's just funny to me how this little thing,
Well, no, it's like a meme now. I saw Campia tweeted about it earlier, and the first thing I did was look through his tweet to be like, where does he say? Oh, there it is. This movie appeals to all generations.
Oh boy. It's you know what it is? It's like you ever remember when Django Unchained came out, and there was like.
Hold on. Save that thought, Ray. I just have one thing to add to the Nintendo talk before we get to that. Do you guys remember Nintendo Kid, the cartoon? Anybody remember this?
Nintendo Kid?
No.
Did he have the glove? Did he have the glove?
Sam? Yeah. Remember this?
Oh my god.
Okay.
I did not know that was a thing.
Dude, you guys don't remember this?
It's ringing a little bit of a bell. It's ringing a little bit of a bell.
Yes.
I don't think I watched it, but.
He had a belt that was a Nintendo controller. He had a Nintendo fucking gun.
Oh wow!
Oh,
yeah, do that. I mean, that's an existing IP.
Yes.
Like make a Nintendo Kid movie. Hell yeah.
He had a Letterman jacket that had an N on it. I mean,
wow,
it was great. Oh, I remember this. Yeah,
that had to be like late '80s.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it was definitely late '80s because before the Super Nintendo, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But I just remember that just hit my head right now when we were talking about like trying to bring Mario and like how could you do it? Well, just have it based on somebody who literally can jump into this whole thing. We lost Casey again.
But I mean, if they would just do Pixar CGI style Mario movie where he can actually do all the moves that he could do in the game. I want to see the wall jump. I want to see the ground pound. Don't try to ground it. I mean, I guess if you could do the Sonic thing, I don't know how you would do that, where like it's animated Mario and he's fighting Bowser in the real world. I don't know, but like I just want to see a Mario that can do all the shit that Mario does.
Well, here let's put what would be the preferred. Oh man, I'm so mad we're talking about this now because it's gonna. Okay, because there's two different Mario movies you could get, right? So you get the Mario movie that's like he wakes up in Mushroom Kingdom. Princess Peach is captured by Bowser. He goes to find Bowser. He beats several different castles. This is the wrong castle, Mario. The princess is at another castle. He finds Bowser. He jumps on him a bunch of times. He gets Princess Peach.
So
credits roll.
Basically the video game.
Right.
Okay, right.
And then there is Mario comes to... I mean, it's Sonic. Mario comes to the real world, and then Bowser is like... comes to the real world and is taking over the city, and then there's like Mario gets in a go-kart and goes down the highway to go get Bowser, and there's like.
I can't even. Oh man, imagine that.
See the sad part, Steven,
like
is
Speed
that
Racer.
No,
should be like Speed Racer.
The sad part, Steven, is that while 1 sounds better, 2 is probably what the suits would make.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I'm being cynical about it, but like, I guess there's some cool aspects of doing it that way, but it's so template, like that. Like, well, it's hard to turn Mario into like and also because video game movies get reviewed in such a weird way where you have people who don't care about the IP, so they just don't care. And then you have people who care about the IP, but they're not looking for a good movie or story that involves the IP. What they want it to do is to recreate the feeling that they get when they play the game. The problem is that when they then try to recreate the experience of playing the game, people say, like, it feels too much like watching someone play a video game because they have to do all those special moves and the references to the whatever.
Ooh.
And it's almost like a self-defeating, like how do you do a Mario movie? Like, does he just jump on the Koopas? Yeah. Like that's a weird way to do it. Like, I want to watch him beat the shit out of them, right? But like, no, you're not gonna.
Well, and then Dice again. Now, see, Dice just did it back to me when I talked about Matinee. Remember Wizards with fucking Luke Edwards and Fred Savage? Man,
yes, I remember that.
Yeah, God, remember that? That was with the Power Glove and everything.
Yes,
I remember my cousin had the Power Glove. I didn't like it. Neither did my brother. We're like, what the fuck? Like, it was. They were trying to do something with it, but it was like cool, but it didn't really do that well. But Sam, you got to take off.
Yeah, I gotta go. I mean, to comment on the Mario thing, I don't want to see a live action Mario. I don't want to see him going through the sewers traveling.
It's an animated Mario. It's an animated Mario, but he's in the real world. That's
Look, he's gonna look at our sewers and be like, not going. That's not the right mushroom I should be eating.
Real sewers might be more dangerous than the warp zones and the underground.
Yeah.
But no, this was awesome, you guys. Thank you so
man.
much.
Thanks for showing up.
Yeah,
go ahead and plug yourself.
You can find us, Team JVS, on YouTube. You can find me specifically on Twitter, SuperSCL0320. We got a lot of content coming. We're doing a little bit of content for South by Southwest. Got some interviews coming up as well. And so movies, reactions. I'm also right now playing Gran Turismo 7, so I may do a review on that game as well. Freaking awesome. So
nice.
Thank you so much.
All right, man.
Guys.
Thanks for showing up, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Later.
Yeah, but live action Mario movie. I mean, it's just. I mean, what's funny is like even though the 1990s Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo, Dennis Hopper movie was ridiculous, I still watched it like crazy.
We all did.
Yes.
Well, and it's one of those things people mock as like how could you possibly end up with that when you start with Mario? But like, just think about.
Tried.
I mean, it's at least to me, like really easy to understand kind of how you end up there if you start with like, how do you like it's gonna be a live action Mario? Okay, well, like what you're gonna have someone like Cheech and Chong like dressed up like Mario and Luigi and like what?
Mario's not here, man.
This
man, you should need more of those mushrooms.
This is basically the pitch. This is the pitch. Like, okay, this is
and there's such a like that. There could be a interesting or maybe even good version of the movie that goes that way. But like the second you're like, okay, we're gonna take it a little bit seriously. It's gonna be live action. Like it spins out of control real fast. Where it's like, okay, well you can't have them in their costumes. Also, like they're you're gonna be true to the source material. So they're plumbers and they're brothers, and they like. There's dinosaurs. Wait, but how do we?
Then it's not even a Mario movie now.
But how do we get to the dinosaurs? Like where?
Bob Hoskins was a perfect live action Mario. I don't give a shit what anybody says. He looked awesome. That mustache, his look was great.
He had it. No, he like. When
John Leguizamo, not so much.
When
I love Leguizamo though.
Well,
he was great. Yeah,
they were both like Hoskins and Leguizamo was like as far as talent, was like okay, no, they're both great. Hoskins,
they had great chemistry too.
But but no, it was like Hoskins just fit the profile of what we were expecting way better than was. No one, because you're not because
he just didn't have the voice.
Yeah, we didn't have the voice, and he was also like I always felt he was too young. You don't get the sense that either Mario or Luigi are younger at all. So they didn't find somebody that was closer to Hoskins' age, it just didn't seem right.
Yeah. Well, isn't Luigi the older one?
Is he supposed to be?
No, he's younger. He is younger.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Well, the real crux of it.
I mean, they got the height dynamic because.
Oh no, that's right. What is his name? His name is Luigi Mario. That's what.
Yeah.
Right. Mario is the last name, so everybody's like, wait, so he's Mario and Luigi Mario, the Mario brothers. Yeah.
They made that joke in the movie, right?
Yeah,
they made that joke in the movie. Yeah, because he's all, we got 3 Marios. We got Mario, and Luigi Mario. Remember when they were getting checked into the fucking other dimension? Yeah. So yeah, they make that joke.
But that's why when you try to adapt this stuff for live action, like if you're trying to take elements out of the video game and adapt them for live action, it just gets way too muddled.
And look at some of the more story driven. I was gonna say, or do it like a Bill and Ted's, like someone has to go collect the characters for a Super Smash tournament, right? Like like a Bloodsport meets Ready Player One meets Bill and Ted.
You know what the funny that like a Super Smash, like either a Super Smash Brothers movie, and probably also a Kingdom Hearts movie. Like I think those two massive team up movies, I think there's potential
because you're not gonna. Where if you do Mario, you're gonna have all these weird it doesn't fit the trappings of Mario. How dare they? But with Super Smash Bros, the concept is already you can do whatever you want. And also, what was the newest? I don't even think I played the newest one, but the last Super Smash Bros game that came out, didn't that have super cinematic story trailers? That came out beforehand. Because I remember seeing that and being like, "This is the best proof of concept for a Smash Bros movie."
Was that for Switch or was that for?
I haven't played a Nintendo system in years, other than a Super Nintendo.
I gotta because I think last year was the 35th anniversary of the original Super Mario Brothers, and so they made a special limited edition Switch.
That's right.
Like red and blue. I was lucky enough to get one of them off of Amazon, and I think I've only played Super Mario All Stars.
Yeah. Well, and look at and I guess actually that's a good example though, because is that number 3 where you can pick all the stuff up? That's the totally different mechanics from the other games. Or I think they reskinned it to be.
Dice hasn't figured out right now.
But
okay, you know what? Because most of the he's being funny, but that could actually fucking work.
I could actually see Totoro as Luigi, big time.
Al Pacino as Luigi.
Never gets old.
Actually, that would be do Al Pacino as Mario. Would just be
yeah.
It's
yeah.
Oh my god!
I just took this mushroom. I'm feeling bigger. Yeah. Bigger. Yeah.
But because there's not really the Dice was saying this in the comments too, but there's not really a story to those early. And you look at which Mario games have a story. And I guess Mario 64 did, but Mario RPG is so far outside of what people would consider Mario canon. That's closer to Legend of Zelda than it is.
If you
Mario.
were gonna pick see, that's the other question. Is which Mario game would you pick as far as a story mode? And it's all right. I almost feel like you have to get into, if you don't just want to do the princesses in another castle 8 times throughout the movie, you'd have to kind of start. I know you have to start with World, and I know that World is it's not quite princesses in another castle, but it's still 8 levels. But at least it's a case where you're fighting each of his kids.
Well, and you have a little bit more of a sense of because the first games are just kind of why are they mushrooms? I don't know. Why is it a red flower? I don't know. And you don't exactly get explanations for that in world, but you do have a sense of the Yoshis have a home, and you kind of get a sense of they're trying to establish some idea of oh yeah, people live here and do things. It still doesn't make sense. Like you're jumping on turtles. I don't know why, because and
They're describing Free Guy.
Right.
I haven't seen that either.
Oh my God.
I toyed it. You know what? Okay, See, I was toying around with this because like Free Guy is on Disney Plus now.
It's also on HBO Max.
It's on both, really?
Yeah, apparently.
That is weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 20th Century Fox movie, and they had a deal with HBO.
Yeah.
For all, and that's why like New Mutants went to there first. But so it makes sense for it to go to HBO Max first. But I don't know if there's some additional aspect of the deal that allows Disney Plus to use it since they own 20th Century Fox.
I was toying around with the notion of watching Free Guy before Adam Project.
Yeah.
Just so that I could get a sense of the director and like all.
It's very worth watching.
I guess you don't really have to, but I mean,
they're not connected, but it's like
no,
it's
they're
the
not
same
connected.
pairing. So.
My only issue with Free Guy, I love like everything about Free Guy except for the fact that like Taika Waititi is like from a different. He belongs in a different movie. I don't know. He's a weird caricature.
I'm with you on that. That was my only gripe too. Is like he's
being Taika in that movie.
He is, but like not like way too Taika in a way that like doesn't mesh. And like none of the joke. And part of the point is that like the characters' jokes aren't funny, but it's such a weird. The movie's already a little bit weird in the way it treats like Twitch streamers and some of this other like video game culture. Dude, I'm one of the kids too now. But with Taika especially, he's just like this big personality where it's like nobody is like that. That is you're a caricature of something that doesn't exist, and you're going so hard as if you're lambasting someone, but the person you're lambasting doesn't exist. But it's clear you think they do, and so therefore it's just this tone deaf, like not even funny because you're not making fun of somebody.
For me, everything you just described for me is Korg in Ragnarok.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it was.
Say that again. Sorry, Casey.
Korg is still a little bit toned down than what he was in this movie.
Because Free Guy.
Because he's so over the. He's like a. I'm trying to think of like the stuff that Ready Player One does. It's like he watched Ready Player One and is like, I'm gonna pretend to be one of those guys, and so he's dropping lingo that doesn't exist. He's wearing these outrageous outfits that nobody would wear. Like he's a parody of like a Flava Flav level like.
Is it kind of like is it like a souped up version of the Big Bang Theory complaint essentially?
Almost, but like even it's rooted in the same thing, but like taken up to such a level of high. I mean, it's like you took the T.J. Miller character from Ready Player One, who I liked, and combined him with like Flava Flav, and then you
don't need to go any further. That was enough. that was far enough. No,
dude, when you said that, and I like visualized this character, I'm like, that's good, Steven. I like that.
Because it's very much this like, aren't these like hardcore gamers hilarious? And I'm like, I don't know. Or it's like, I shouldn't say it's like that. It's like Taika watched Ready Player One and was like, oh, so that's what video games are like, and then went and improvised this character. And it's like, dude, nobody fucking talks like that, and it's not even a version of a way people talk.
So someone on Twitter, Tay on Twitter, said, okay, since on this stream right here, it got me thinking about this. Here's his thoughts about a live action Mario. He said, Peter Dinklage, live action fantasy film Marvel in the style of The Princess Bride. Lean into the silliness of source material and address it with deadpan humor. But then he goes, get Taika Waititi to direct. It's like, yeah.
Okay,
it's so weird because like I love what they do in the shadows. And like when Taika did that, and so when he started doing this other stuff, I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Rabbit was fantastic.
He could direct it. He probably just shouldn't. Wait a minute. Okay, Zom Ruler. He says Ray Watiki's character is Les Grossman meets B-Rad. Who's B-Rad?
B-Rabbit. Yeah, I don't know who's that. I don't even know who that is.
That's Eminem in 8 Mile.
Is that who?
No, B-Rad. That's not, I thought you said B-Rabbit.
Oh,
well, it says B-Rabbit, right? Or am I?
No, it says B-Rad. Oh, from Malibu's Most Wanted. No, I haven't seen Malibu's Most Wanted.
B-Rad. Oh, okay. So he wrote it twice. That's why.
Yeah.
He said because he said right here. It says.
Okay.
That's what I was reading the B Rabbit.
You saw the other one. Okay, get it up.
Yeah, but then he
from Heroes.
Oh, I didn't watch Heroes. Yeah. But anyways, I mean, yeah.
Oh no, never mind. Yeah, Mallory was most wanted.
But no, the Dinklage idea, like the Princess Bride. Okay, I'm not like completely against that particular idea. Like that,
not a bad idea. You know, Peter Dinklage.
If you lean into like it, but he's right. He's got it. It's got to take the Princess Bride tact of leaning so heavily into like the inconceivable. Like it's got to be like on the nose and like just very because that movie's very self-aware. Like everybody in that kingdom 100%. Is incredibly self-aware.
That's why it's so perfect. You know what I mean? Right. That's why it's one of the best movies out there. But I also wanted to kind of dive into the Rataalada reveal today, which everybody was waiting for. Did you guys download the images that came out of that?
I was waiting for everybody else to solve it and then find out and then decide what I felt about the answer, whatever it was.
I clicked on the link, it downloaded something on my phone and I didn't check it.
There's it's seriously just like all it is. It's cool because it basically just gives this whole like thing right here of it gives this whole like high def copies of all the Riddler's stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. Like when it was like, all right, you know, and then all of a sudden it just downloaded and I went, all right, cool. So you kind of it's a big, huge zip file that has all this stuff and just shows you how detailed they got into this stuff right here. It's pretty damn cool.
Well, chemistry. Was just all of the, all the speculation beforehand as to what the countdown was for. And it's like, of course it's this.
Is that an owl?
Huh?
Is that an owl in the previous one?
Oh, what?
Where? This guy?
The two eyes.
Oh yeah, the two eyes look like an owl. Yeah, oh. I mean, there's even like the Who right there, right? Dude, you can't tell me that Matt Reeves is not going to touch the Court of Owls.
I think that they are like the number one contender for the big bad of the second film.
Oh shit, these are the wings.
Well, I think
look at that. Look at this is the Arkhams actually.
If he's got some the loosest of trilogy plans. And the first movie was all about the entrenched corruption in Gotham. I see that as virtual confirmation of like I'm not even like in a will they won't they place anymore. I just kind of assume that it's going to be a part of the.
Well, and then you can easily have like another villain on the forefront, and you have the Court of Owls in the background.
Well, and also just like so much of, especially the way that the movie ends, it just really felt like Zero Year. Yeah. So it's like, okay, if you're playing in the Scott Snyder wheelhouse here, and it makes sense because one of the things that we've all known for the last number of years is that the DC movies for like almost a decade now have all taken heavy inspiration from New 52.
Yeah.
So
he's taken very much.
So if he's just continuing down that road, then why not take another? Why not use? I think I think the Owls is probably Scott Snyder's like most masterful creation.
Oh, they have this.
There's young Edward right there, just angry, hangry. Yeah, and then there's like the arc of this. That's Martha.
Why did you say that name?
Yes, I know, right?
And the
who is that?
Martha.
That's supposed to be
who's
the
actress? Or saying who's the actress?
I don't know who the actress is. Yeah,
but the fact that they and I don't like the fact that they went to this level of like detail, like as far as
it's like
production value.
There's that puzzle right there. Yeah, and then there's Mitchell right there. Yep. Yeah. Those images that got released, and then you got this drawing right here. It's all the Riddler shit.
That's how he killed the commissioner.
Yeah, the commissioner.
The rat trap.
Yep.
Thing.
Yeah. Just showing the detail. That's very Saw-like. I kind of like that because it reminded me of Saw, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. He had that contraption on him like that. I wonder. Yeah. So you got all the detailed drawings of that, and then you got this. If only I knew what Yeah. Is that it's a Garza line, right? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. No. But yeah, you got this right here. We got, of course, the renewal thing. But yeah, it's just, I mean, that's what was kind of that's what was really great about the scene in Arkham when, I mean, so a lot of people, of course, were looking at the Dark Knight interrogation scene, but it was like, all right, yeah, that was, I mean, that scene's perfect too when you look at it. But this scene right here between Edward and Batman, it was different in the fact that, I mean, they were both like right here. Edward's an orphan, and then Bruce becomes an orphan, and there was something about that symbolically, I guess you could say, in that scene where, I don't know, it's just the way that Matt Reeves crafted that scene. And I know a lot of people, you know, even with people comparing it to the interrogation scene in Dark Knight, they're so different. They're so goddamn different. This is part of it, is the fact that they were, you know, this right here, you have privileged kid right here, and then you have this kid who's like in the choir and who's an orphan already, and just going, fuck these people. You know,
there's two groups of people over the last week or so that I have very quickly just muted as soon as I see them do. The first is the people that insist on photoshopping Pattinson with Hecklin. Like, stop doing that.
Oh,
yeah.
And I love Superman and Lois. Great show, but stop fucking doing that. But the other is all these people that just want to get into this pissing contest between the Dark Knight and the Batman, and it's like, stop. Just knock it off.
This image is kind of weird to me because you literally have Batman's image there beside Bruce Wayne.
Well, I know. I always kind of thought, like, how do you not just like look at that and go, well, wait a minute.
Well,
I thought the time when Gordon got a call and he turned and looked at him, I thought that's when he actually got to know that, you know, Bruce Wayne is Batman, but it turned out to be something different.
Well, you know, and like, because one of the things, like, and I've been thinking about this, even though I've still only seen the movie once, but like just in processing stuff and like watching because the pirated copies are out and the clips are on Twitter and Warner Brothers has not taken them down yet. Do make of that what you will. But like, I was thinking in terms of like, okay, you know, in other iterations of the character, he has the Playboy like persona to dissuade people from thinking that he would be Batman. And even in the case of Batfleck, he had a voice changer.
Yep.
Which voice changers have kind of become more.
Ben Affleck had it so easy, like.
Right. So it's like so like looking at it, I'm like, okay, like what is it that Pattinson's version has to dissuade people from thinking that he could even possibly be Batman? And I think what it is I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, I mean, there was that Dolby podcast show. It's like the 2-part thing where like it was, they were talking about the sound design, and it was the panel with him and Giacchino and a couple of the sound guys. It was a great panel. But like Dave, you've shared clips of this. I think we've all seen clips of like him basically saying that he doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne at this point.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I think that part of the deflection of like, this guy couldn't possibly be Batman is the isolation, is like the fact that, okay, this dude doesn't go anywhere. He's definitely not prowling the city, like, you know, in a cape and cowl doing anything. So it's really apathy. They're looking at him like he is way too apathetic. And
I mean, there's even that scene in the first crime scene at Mayor Mitchell's house. I think the cowl has even like almost like a lot to do with it. Because remember when Martinez like goes, hey, what the hell? Like, you know, you can't come in here. Just the way that Batman looks with the cowl and everything, and just like how he's just kind of staring at him like it doesn't even look like that could be Robert Pattinson. He's like with the cowl with the ears being pushed back, and you have the big like forehead, I guess you could say. He almost looks creature like in that shot.
The opening to it also changes. Yeah. It accentuates the jaw differently.
Yes. Yeah.
I always thought it was funny though, just like the nature of the conversation, because you get, first of all, it's comic book obviously, so there's an element of like It's not like, oh, really? If a guy dressed up in a bat costume and went and beat up criminals, people would find out who it was easier than in the story about it. Like but
if you can't tell Clark Kent is wearing glasses or Superman's wearing glasses.
Like we were walking out of the theater and I heard someone chuckling, and it's one of those things where you hear someone say something. It's like, I've never heard that before. And they said, oh, it's funny because like Pattinson's got such a defined, like iconic jaw. And like it's
because he's
so and that's like the most exposed part of him with the suit. But if you think about like the way that, like, if anybody wanted to know who Batman was, like in universe, and they started looking at it, whenever people make fun of the suit for like not really hiding the face or that you could figure it out, it makes the assumption that like all the characters in the universe know that Bruce Wayne is the main character. Like it's like everyone's, it's like you treat it like all the citizens of Gotham, the police and everything are watching the movie and failing to realize that the main character of the movie is also Batman. It's like, no, they're not. Who's gonna put, so like they're gonna make a list of people that are Batman and like Bruce Wayne is gonna be like, this is, there's so in real life that like who even has footage or pictures or audio recordings of his voice or anything to even compare, and if they did, it wouldn't be enough. Like, who's going to be like, that's Bruce Wayne? Like, it's just, it's so disconnected that even if someone had all the puzzle pieces they needed, you're talking about a needle in a stack of needles of finding Bruce Wayne. And sure, if you pull that up and you compare the two, it might be obvious, it might not, but like you're more likely to find like a disgruntled cop that has a similar jaw where you're like, oh, it makes total sense for that to be him. Like, I don't know. It's so just, it's one of those things where like the answer is only obvious if you already know the answer.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Cause like trying to, and Martinez is actually a perfect example of it because of how he reacts to him at the mayor's crime scene, and then later the whole, the goofy,
yeah,
right. Yeah.
And I think that was crafted beautifully by Matt Reeves and his co-writer. It was like fact. It's like, I mean, Martinez was like, he's all throughout the whole thing, and I'm so glad that he didn't get offed. But I mean, because he was like, he ended up being that cop that was like that was really explaining kind of that, because you saw the contrast between, he's like, what the fuck? And he literally puts his hand on Batman's chest to stop him coming from the crime scene. And then he calls him a freak. And then when we see him, like when he sees Bruce Wayne, he's like happy. He's like, hey, it's Bruce Wayne. And then towards the end, he starts accepting Batman and then helps him solve the ultimate, like the last part of it by, it was just, that's what I love that evolution the character, character arc,
that shot that we're talking about, like where he puts his hand on his, like there's a higher def version of it from some other clip that came out like within the last week, and somebody tweeted it and was like noting how intimidating like Batman looks in that shot.
That's what I said. He looks like there's just something about him right there.
Well, it's one I've watched it a couple times. It's like, if I'm Martinez, I don't know if I'm standing in his way. I just don't know.
Yeah, that's why he was awesome.
Yeah,
but it's like he just stopped, and then he just slowly, like, I don't think he even moved his head, just his eyes, he didn't say anything, he didn't move, his eyes just stared straight into Martinez.
See, and this goes back to what, I mean, that's why I wanted to, when I had Zach on for the first time, I was like, okay, so the white eyes. Like, why has that not be able to work in live action? And I mean, it just that's it right there. Because if you have white eyes on this Cal, you don't get this performance from Pattinson. You don't get that intimidation factor. I mean, no matter what, it's just not going to work. It works in animation 100%, sure. And it worked when it's like, a mech suit or something like that. But man, you have to have those eyes. And Pattinson, even when he's not in the cowl, his eyes, like when he takes off the cowl and he sees when Riddler posts about his mom, Jesus fucking Christ.
The eyes are one of those things where it's the only thing it brings to the table is that it looks a little bit more like some of the comics. Like, not even all the comics use the white eyes, but. True, but if you talk about like what it takes off the table, is way more that like you lose with the white eyes than you gain. And if it's like, okay, what's more important for him to look a little bit more like some of the comics or animation that people know over the years, or that he's actually capable of emoting in a way that feels dramatic while he's wearing the cowl. And unless they're gonna go like full blown like the Brave and the Bold in live action kind of like more comedic approach, like you can't do the Deadpool thing. Like the reason Deadpool works is because he's so over animated, and so you can do this stuff with the eyes and the face and the CGI that you could do with like if you did that, the Lego Batman kind of persona, but in live action. If they ever, I'm sure that'll happen eventually. But outside of that though, it's just like every single bit of fan art or anything I've ever and it's not just criticizing fan art. I'm just saying no matter how good it is, being like, oh, I'm going to take Ben Affleck or Pattinson or whoever and give them white eyes. I look at it, I'm like, that would be so bad unless it's like once again, like the mech suit, you remove all the articulation in the face anyway, and so you make them lights, like that works. But anything else where you expect them to be,
but even Ben, But even Ben Affleck, I mean, it was like when it came to those intense moments when him face to face with Superman, he's just he's emoting very much with his mouth. But then it gets to the point where it's like then all of a sudden half the mask gets like
well, because you also have a situation
you couldn't have the Martha scene with the full on white eyes.
Well, and the eyebrows and the eye slant in the costume is a specific eye expression, and so what happens is. You can do that confrontation scene with that because the eyes are similar to like what they would be anyway. But then the second you start asking him to express anything else, now you only have his mouth to where, and that's why they break the mask away.
Again, because that the whole Martha scene when it hits him and shit like that, it doesn't work if he has the full on white eyes. That's why it's, I think Snyder and crew were like, all right, when it comes to this point, we have to have the eyes exposed. I mean, there's just so much emotion that you have in that. And when it came to, Pattinson's Batman, I mean, there's a lot there, even with every little part of that. And I think the cowl really helps, I mean, I know some people don't like the cowl, I mean, maybe at first I was like, all right, that's different, but I think I always, compared it to, it's a very much an updated version of the 66 cowl. And we all know that Reeves was all about that. And it kind of is, because the ears are far back. The forehead is much, domier when it comes to that. And I think he really took inspiration. Yeah, I know. Rounder, whatever the hell you want to call it, But I just think that, I know, domier, I just, made up that word right now. But, it's just like, it just kind of works. But, even, I see Carrie talking about Batman Begins. Going back and watching that, I mean, my God, there's sometimes where just Bale's eyes are just emoting so much.
Oh, in that movie, yes.
In Batman Begins, for sure,
Because I think that Begins is still like, if I must rank them, I'm almost getting
the best.
I'm almost getting to that point where I'm almost at this discourse on the Batman is pushing me towards not ranking them anymore.
I don't get
I'm getting towards that.
Like, what is a rank? Like, what's the? This is just like a me thing. I don't get ranking. When people ask me to rank things, I'm like, I don't know.
It's hard.
Like, why?
It's very difficult.
Because what am I even ranking? I mean, what is my preferred to watch? What do I think is best constructed? Is it, I don't know, is it raining? What month is it? Like, I don't.
It fluctuates.
It does.
I said that before about my favorite. When people, I could never, like, maybe I could rank some shit, and I have, obviously, but when it comes to like, what about favorite movies? I'm like, I can't even think about doing that, because some days, Back to the Future is my favorite movie. Some days Fight Club might be my favorite movie. Some days, Batman vs Superman is my favorite movie.
It's too many to even do a top 10.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. So that's why when people ask, I decided, I was like, you know what? There's nothing wrong with me just saying I don't do rankings, because it's not beneficial to me, and I don't know what anyone else is going to learn from my ranking if it doesn't mean anything. Like, the only reason it would mean anything to anyone else is by learning about what matters to me. And you know what? What matters to me is not ranking fucking movies. So there you go.
But Steven, which is the best Batsuit?
Well,
That's different.
Oh, fucking Casey.
Casey's just a troublemaker tonight. He is just causing all manner of dense puppets. Dense.
Oh, great Odin's raven.
No, but but just going back to Begins, because like that's as far as like his there's a shot in there's a few shots in that movie, but the one where like the first shot that you see of the costume full on, which is like after he's dealt with the thugs on the subway, and she tasers him because
shot is beautiful. So beautiful.
Her first inclination is to scream because there is a giant bat,
and then she shoots the taser at him, right. And he doesn't even move.
He doesn't flinch at all, and the taser's just sparking on his chest it's a Nolan. Nolan does this where he'll do like the slow zoom, the really slow pan in on it, and just the way that he looks and just the way that his eyes he's just looking down and just has that foreboding look on his face. It's you can't do that with white eyes.
Well, and one of the things that I really like about the new the Pattinson cowl versus the other ones is that because the cowl has a static expression, they always give it some sort of a dramatic eyebrows. And so you'll notice if you look at pictures of Bale or Affleck or really any of them, is that there's often an angle that the cowl is meant to be observed from, and that's why you'll see people don't like the Justice League cowl as much, because it's the eyebrows are weird if it's not at the right angle, and so you can kind of control that when you're shooting, because you're okay, well, Batman is meant to be shot from this angle and it looks fine, but then from any other angle, or if he's trying to emote something that doesn't match the eyebrows, it's a little bit weird. But what the Pattinson cowl did was it has the eyebrows, but it's way less specific in what the eyebrows are doing, but then gives him way bigger eye sockets, because in canon he's wearing the black makeup, and so they don't need the cowl to hide as much of his eyes, which therefore allows him to actually do those expressions with his eyes more, and that's why you get so many more shots of him giving people side eye or staring people down or looking up or whatever. He's shot from all sorts of different angles that aren't necessarily designed to be this cowl is only meant to be seen with this one expression from this one angle. It's a little more flexible.
Yeah, you notice that that was one thing. One of the most widely posted shots or posted scenes from the movie is the Arkham scene that we're talking about, the conversation between him and Riddler, specifically when Riddler starts freaking out, no.
Mm-hmm.
That
which a lot of people were like that today when the site only just gave us those pictures. They were expecting a Joker fucking deleted scene. I'm seriously, guys, did you really think it was going to be something?
There was a Joker deleted scene or official announcement.
Well, you can read Riddler's journal. There's a PDF of Riddler's journal from that zip file. You can read Riddler's journal. It's great.
Yeah. But no, if you go back and look at that scene, and the camera goes back and forth between Riddler and Batman a lot, and there are a lot of shots of just him and I can't wait to get the home version or the HBO Max version and just start analyzing how much of like Steven's saying, the different angles that they shot him from, and how much more expansive they were able to be in terms of his emotions than any previous Batman movie has ever been able to be with him.
I think if you're gonna watch that, you're gonna notice that there's probably more emotions coming out of this Batman, and I think Matt Reeves was especially that scene, and especially when he starts hitting that glass, man, Jesus Christ.
I think what's weirdly interesting about it though is because the mask, it doesn't cover as much of the jaw and it doesn't cover as much of the eyes, and so it gives him a lot more of his face to use. I think that's part of why Pattinson is so still and so quiet, because if you compare him to especially Bale, but I mean really any of them, you end up with this, in their performances, Bale did a thing where outside of just the Bale voice, he would way over enunciate with his mouth and his lips in the way that he said something, and it was because he needed to compensate for the lack of expression in the rest of his face. Whereas with Pattinson, because he had more emotion in his face, he was able to move the rest of his body less in order to, like, by contrast, have the face look more emotive.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, yeah. As much as I love the Nolan trilogy, that is definitely the case with Bale, for sure.
Yeah. What was interesting
either
about
costume.
Yeah, when it comes to the Batman Begins costume, which obviously, you know, a lot of people and I agree is better than the Dark Knight costume, but of course they had to do that change, which obviously works. But there's something about the Dark Knight costume, the cowl, that almost makes his eyes look smaller and, like, I don't know. There's something about it where it's like his eyes almost shrink a little bit. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the way Nolan. There's just his eyes look a little bit more like, you know, they're just smaller. Like the pupils, you can't see them as much. Maybe it's because the it's just different. I don't know. I can't even explain it, but
well, I think the eye holes are literally smaller.
Is that probably that? I mean, that could be what it is. Simple, yeah.
Because because with Pattinson, you actually get like the top of the cheekbone in the eye socket because he's wearing the black makeup, and they're like, well, Bruce is wearing not Robert Pattinson. Bruce is wearing black eye makeup, so it's not a problem for us to have that exposed in the costume. Whereas, like, if you look at like, Bale, I had a picture of it here a second ago, but yeah, if you look at like Bale's costume, they do that to kind of cover up the seams, but they don't let the eye makeup be as visible because he's not actually wearing it in canon. That is Bale wearing it, not Bruce wearing it, and so.
Right.
As a result, the eye holes end up being a lot smaller, which then therefore you don't get the eyelid and like cheekbone expression.
True. I mean, it's just kind of funny. Like, I mean, I love it when Matt Reeves talks about how that was like a test. That was like a test shot for the executives to be like, all right, we're gonna, you know, just do this thing, and, you know, you're gonna put on the eye makeup. And then when he saw it, he was like, dude, that the way Pattinson did it, that was, you know, hey, that's pretty awesome. We're gonna show that. We're gonna put you in red, and we're gonna show that you're putting on your war paint, you know. And it's such a small, and you could barely even see it too. Like all 3 times when I've watched Batman on, you know, the big screen, it's like it's dark. Even though you see the red, it's like you can barely see, like, the fact that he's like, all right, he's looking in the mirror and he's starting to put the war paint on, and then it pans over to the cowl that's like in his bag, you know. But it's just, you know, it's just crazy. Like I kind of wonder if we're gonna see like more of like him just like actually applying it on. I mean, coming from experience, not that easy, especially like if, you know, when you get those close-ups, you have to get into that. I mean, ever since I started doing the casual Batman character, I mean, my God, I've like envied eye makeup removal for sure. Jeez, that's easy. Yeah, I had to use baby oil to get that shit fully off. It's not fun.
It's actually really interesting. I'm looking at like some Bale and Affleck cowls now, and it's not just that the eye holes are smaller, but because they're smaller, they have, in the way they have like the fake eyebrows and the fake like forehead creases. They've also got like fake like eyelids, almost,
they do,
because they come in so close. And so think about like the lack of those are static; those aren't moving, and so all you see is whatever is under that. So you see the eye like opening and closing.
Well, you see that in the nightmare scene of BVS when he takes off the cowl and then he looks at it. You notice the eye holes are very small in that cowl.
Yeah, well, and they also have like there's an under. I don't think Affleck has he has it on top. He's got an eyelid kind of crease, but in the Bale one, he's also got under eye creases. Yeah. Whereas, like I said, like Pattinson's got like the whole thing open, and then he just paints the eye,
which makes sense because, I mean, it's Batman. He's got to be able to, you know, see.
Well, I mean, there's a practical. I still love how, like, the realization of, you know, why he wasn't moving so much, because it's like, okay, you're at the crime scene, but what are you really doing? You're just looking at things, whatever. Are you going to commit all this to memory? No, you're recording shit with your detective vision, like contact lenses. So,
God damn, that was such an awesome little additive too. It was the fact that he had that technology, And you know, it's funny too, because you know, when everybody's like, you know, when the all those people there taking the pictures and stuff like that, I almost like when we see a Flash, it's almost like even Batman was like going, "You're not taking a picture of me, all right?" And like he was almost wary of like, "What are you taking a picture of?" I mean, there's just a couple of times where I kind of spotted that, where like they're like, and he kind of look and be like, "All right, don't be taking pictures of me now. I know I'm here, but don't take pictures of me," because he's probably kind of, and that's what's the worry, especially in modern day, like a modern day Batman, is somebody taking a picture of him. And it's like then they start analyzing the picture and start doing this stuff, and, you know, because the Riddler they had the sketch of Batman. He had the sketch and you know, in his, but he never had like an actual picture of Batman. It was always a sketch artist made a picture of Batman. So maybe that also helps the whole fact of, oh yeah, I can hide my identity as long as I don't get my picture taken, but that's going to be difficult in modern times, which I wonder if they're going to be tackling a little bit more of that with the sequel.
You gotta, yeah, like if they go down the road.
But he's always out in the dark, so it's like, you know.
Well, you know, okay, see, that was another thing, and I don't want to say that, like,
nobody in Gotham had light bulbs. That was one review, right?
Oh yeah, somebody said like Gotham doesn't have light bulbs. Yeah.
Okay, like, I'm not saying that Batman movies, aside from The Dark Knight Rises, has necessarily failed to realize that Batman operates best at night, and he is a character that, like, if you're going to show him in action, it is best to shoot him at night. This is generally the case with damn near every Batman appearance we've seen in live action, like as far as cinematically. Cool. But there was just something different about how they did it with this film, where it was like, yes, he does all of his work at night, but also the city itself is grimdark. Yeah. Essentially. The city itself is like, you know, I guess somebody, if they wanted to conclude that Gotham didn't have light bulbs, I suppose they could say that. Clearly not as illuminated.
Well, like, if any light bulbs this Gotham has are clearly, they're going to be like flickering, and they're going to be like the older filament ones,
right?
Like the yellow filament, and they're going to be like none of the whatever light bulbs do exist are not like 100-watt white light. They're yellow tinged, and they're going to flicker.
Yeah. They're not the LED ones, or like the
no LEDs, only fluorescence and what are the CFLs?
I felt that the most in the hospital scene between Bruce and Alfred. That room was dark as hell, and in that scene I was thinking, oh, that reviewer meant no light bulbs, because that room doesn't, you know, it has to have a tube light, right?
Hospital rooms are normally not that dark.
Yeah.
So,
but that's
they wanted to.
If
they had I mean, they can turn the light off too, and just have whatever natural light. So it depends on if he was asleep. Maybe Bruce had the light off.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course, you know, there's the emphasis of the fact that he's like nocturnal animal, and so like when he shows up, and he puts on the glasses,
turning off the brightness.
Yeah, I mean that was like, after watching it 2 more times, I was like, my whole thought is like, man, people are just gonna be like, he's a vampire, stop, you know. It's like, but I get what Reeves was trying to do, is like, because I mean, one of the opening narrations is the fact that he says that he's a nocturnal animal now, and I get that. So it's like, yeah, so when you're in this tower that's like looming over Gotham, which by the way, we didn't really talk about how the fact that it's not Wayne Manor, it's like Wayne Tower.
You know what? Thank you, because like I didn't get a chance to comment on the crazy architecture.
Yeah,
inside that, like, what was it, in a condo or an apartment or where?
I mean, essentially, it's like it's on the top of that. I mean, it was funny because at first, like when we're reading about it, they talked about like, oh yeah, Wayne Manor is gonna be like this, like that, like this. But then it was like we don't really kind of know until that when Alfred, you know, then when the package blows up and you go, oh wait. That's right. It's actually the tower. It's not fucking Wayne Manor out in the fucking outskirts. It was basically when him and Gordon visited the orphan home. That was essentially the Wayne estate that was supposed to be that, you know. And but yeah, that was kind of like another different kind of aspect to this whole thing. Man, Dice really did not like this movie, did he, Steven? Jesus Christ. Talk to your boy. What the fuck? I'm looking at the chat.
I was just gonna leave that one alone. Just, it's okay. He'll have another bone to pick. Well, Steven will too, probably in May when Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan is coming.
Yeah, when that's already.
I know, right? Wait. I saw your tweet, Steven, and about the Kathleen Kennedy thing, and it's like,
facts is facts.
Yeah. I mean, when they go like, oh wait, that's a little too different from what we.
But that's not a new story. We knew that like a year or so ago. Like we've known about that.
Yeah, I was just commenting on the fact that it was an official statement from Kennedy, where the number of times that they've it's one thing to speculate kind of about what they're doing and why, and it's another thing for the number of times that they have outright said this wasn't enough of the exact same thing that we always give you, so we fired people and redid it so that it's just like the other things we did. Is I mean, that's literally Rogue One, Solo. Those have both been accused of being that. Rise of Skywalker. I mean, The Force Awakens even, they did that. Like The Force Awakens, Harrison Ford broke his leg, and they did a bunch of rewrites, and they talked all about how it was to give it the spirit of Star Wars or whatever they talk about being that thing. And whether or not you like the movies or the shows or whatnot is kind of outside the point of that their objective is to deliver the exact same thing every time, to the point where they have undone things that veer outside of that, not because of whether or not it's good or it's bad, but whether or not it is what it's supposed to be. And it's I don't know. It's
and as far as the whole good or bad thing, I mean of course it's wholly subjective, because on the one hand it's do I like hearing that Rogue One went through what it did, for the second, to redo all that stuff? No, obviously from a production standpoint I don't like it. However, the flip side of that is I love how that movie ends. I love that movie. So
I do too, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, because I like Solo quite a bit as well. Does that mean that I prefer this version to the version that they would have made otherwise? I'm definitely curious about what that was going to be. And with Rogue One, they're saying it would have been darker and it would have been these other things. That's kind of what I liked about it, so I would have liked more of that.
Yeah, but I also but I guess with Rogue One I can speak specifically to the ending, because I think the ending was one of the things that they did change, as far as the direct link up with Episode 4. Mm-hmm. That wasn't the original part of the plan, and so that's one of those cases where it's I don't like your method necessarily. I wish you had thought of this from the beginning, but I'm glad that you arrived at this conclusion.
Yeah. Well, and Star Wars is also unique in that it has always been a producer-driven franchise. And sure, they get big name filmmakers, but even George Lucas only directed one. He only directed Episode 4, and then obviously he directed the prequels too. But his involvement in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi was as a producer. And sure, sometimes he was even more hands-on with that. But that even goes more to show that it is much more of a top-down affair, not a let's bring in an auteur and let them do their own thing. So I'm far less offended at the having the creative vision overridden, so much as the just kind of the explicitly uniform, let's make everything as cookie cutter as possible. That statement kind of acknowledges of, it wasn't the kind of hope that we thought it was going to be, so we redid it. It's but it's in the middle of the Empire owning everything in the galaxy, and they killed all the Jedi. What do you? And A New Hope hasn't happened yet. It's called A New Hope. Oh, so now there's A New Hope before, and even Star Wars Rebels.
They're gonna retitle A Newer Hope.
Even Rebels lived in this period. It's an animated show, but lived in this kind of period of darkness where Darth Vader was an unbeatable, unstoppable, like in Terminator. He's just this thing that they have to run from, and so even victories in that are simply them surviving and not them winning. Right. And so it's weird to be it wasn't hopeful enough. It's I don't. I don't know.
What?
Like, and I like Joby Harold too, though. So like, I might like what the show ends up being. It's just you can only hear the same thing from the franchise like so many times before you're like, what are you like? Is your goal really just to like hit that exact same button until people say like, I don't want that anymore, and then like it's, I don't know.
Well, do you think that possibly? Do you think that there's, because when we talk about like expectations from the audience and from like fans and everything like that, we've talked. I think many of us have talked before about the difference between like, you know, subverting expectations with Marvel characters and subverting expectations with DC characters. If you subvert expectations with anybody in the Avengers, nobody really cares because nobody was paying attention to the Avengers like that before 2008. You subvert expectations with Superman, you get what the fuck we've gotten in the last 8-9 years, right? Mm-hmm. Like that chaos. So do you think that maybe Lucasfilm, this is their answer of how they're dealing with it? It's basically like, and that's why it's kind of similar to like the knee-jerk reactions that we saw with like BVS.
I'm sure you've got that a little bit, and you know, people will say, oh, this is a response to The Last Jedi and whatnot, but I think, you know, it should be noted that this happened with The Force Awakens and Rogue One before The Last Jedi even happened. So they've always leaned in that direction. It's also a very Disney thing too. Like, we're gonna buy Star Wars and then we're gonna like turn it into a little theme park that's just gonna remain this snow globe of, oh, look at the TIE fighters every time I tip it upside down, and like that's like your Star Wars experience, right? And whereas like Lucas, like the reason that Lucas drew hate with the prequels was because he did something different and new, and I don't know, that's still not even a settled argument, but obviously over time that's something that people are like, you know what, that's actually like this new thing. It's like George Lucas it was never a struggle for Lucas to recapture the Star Wars magic, because his goal he wasn't making a Star Wars mixtape. He wasn't trying to recapture anything. He was just using this sandbox to tell new stories. And so when your objective with every single movie is, we want to remind people of why they love Star Wars, well, eventually everything is just the same thing, because they're saying, don't you like, instead of giving them something new to love, like we got, you know, people got with the prequels, they got new characters, they got new locations, they got new settings in different genres. Even like the prequels each tackled a different, like the political intrigue, and then you have the noir stuff, and regardless of how well they pulled it off, the fact remains that like no single two movies, they might have similar plot structures, but no two single movies in the entire Lucas 6-film stretch borrow from the same genre inspirations. Right. You know, A New Hope is so different from Empire Strikes Back. You know, Return of the Jedi did a little bit of that like trilogy referencing the previous two, but even that is, you've got the big space battle combined with the ground battle at the same time. Empire Strikes Back has the battle at the beginning. You know, so you've got all this stuff being mixed up, and now every single thing is like Star Wars in a blender. Where it's like you've got all the pieces of Star Wars. Oh, I love I love blueberries and I love whatever, but like you're not ever. It's all just, here's a Star Wars smoothie, which is like great, but like how many movies and shows, how many hours worth of Star Wars smoothie can you have before you're like, can you just give me like the blueberries, or like let's try something we haven't had before?
I'm very curious to see your reaction to Obi-Wan though, because you love the prequel so much.
Well, and I think I'm one of the few people who like knowing the Obi-Wan pitch to me is like, so a lot of people were like, oh, he's on Tatooine, what are you going to do with that? And I was like, that's like, you can do so much with him. Hypothetically, you could take him off Tatooine, which now they're doing. Mm-hmm. But I was like, you could even leave him on Tatooine and do a really, really cool story. And who knows? Like, it's entirely possible that they're going to get that. It's just that it's hard for me to view this outside of the pattern of what I've seen with like particularly like Book of Boba Fett and all that, where it's like, oh no, they're gonna tell a Book of Boba Fett story, and oh, it's a Robert Rodriguez, and it's this Western, and it's focusing on Boba Fett like we haven't been before, and they're like, yep, and here's all of, once again, you're Luke, you're Grogu, you're Mando, you're like, here's all the Star Wars things you like, and it's like, yeah, but I didn't come to this because I wanted all the Star Wars things I like. I wanted to come to this because of the Boba Fett story you haven't given me yet. And then once again they're like, it's the same thing from the other show you like, and it's like, but that's not. Why isn't this just that show then?
I think one of the advantages that this one has is that it's not closely linked to Mandalorian. Like, it's not a spin-off of Mandalorian.
Oh, just wait for the flashbacks where it explains how Grogu survived that are going to happen in Obi-Wan.
And even in the trailer, like from the first shots, you kind of see that it's just basically the same sets as Mandalorian. But then they have some newer sets and newer locations. You know, they even have that night neon thing going on. So that looked pretty good, and I think this one has the potential, at least. On top of all this, there's also Deborah Chow, and her episodes in Mandalorian were great. So
well, and you've got Ewan, and you've got like there's a lot to be excited about for this one, and the fact that it's a shorter show, you feel like maybe it's going to be more focused, and less. There's not going to be those like
episodes. How many episodes?
How many?
I think it's 6 episodes.
I think it's 6 episodes.
Right?
Yeah. But
and she's directing all of them.
There is, if I could, I can use the Star Wars example, or not a Star Trek example. Pardon me.
Yes.
There is precedent for Steven to be a little concerned with the timeline, because the last up until Discovery got renewed for its 5th season, the last time. 5th? Yeah, Discovery's getting a 5th season. And it's the first Star Trek show to have like more than 4 seasons since Voyager. Because Enterprise, you should have continued, because it got like, I like the first 2 seasons. 3 was better. And from what I hear, 4 is even better than that. But like at any rate, Enterprise only lasted 4 seasons and like kind of helped sink UPN. Like before it became before it merged with WB and became the CW. But
that's the Scott Bakula captain, right?
Yes, Captain Archer. And so the problem with this, the problem that this show had was it's similar to what you're saying with Obi-Wan Kenobi, is it wasn't connected to the other shows because it took place chronologically before the original series. So we're dealing with the earliest iteration of a spacefaring USS Enterprise, before Captain Kirk, before Captain Picard, like well before like any of them, right? So now you're in a situation where you're doing a show that takes place before the show that was premiered in 1966, but you're running the show now in 2001. What do you do? And not only that, it's the 5th show, right? Because you've had the original series, you've had Next Generation, you've had Deep Space Nine, and you've had Voyager. And like most of those just ended within like the last 5 or 6 years of Enterprise starting. So you have a whole fan base that is hip to Captain Picard. They're hip to Captain, Benjamin Sisko and all that stuff. Like TNG, DS9, all that is in their brains. What do you do when you give them a show that takes place 100 years before all of that? Well, the show started pulling in characters like the Ferengi, which were not introduced until the Next Generation, and like the Borg. There is a Borg episode, and it's like, no, the Borg didn't show up until like TNG 2nd season. Like there was no hint of them in the original series. So I wouldn't be. I'm not 100% certain that Obi-Wan Kenobi isn't like, it would not surprise me if what Steven described actually happens. There is a flashback scene of how Grogu survived in the Obi-Wan
Kenobi. The one who saved.
Or he's going to meet up with Ahsoka, or he's going to, I don't know, he's leaving the planet, so maybe he's working at the Rebels, so he's going to see Cassian and that's all fine because it's a shared universe and there's going to be these kind of connections, but like, is the connection for the sake of the connection or for the sake of the other show, or is it for the sake of like this story? And it just gets exhausting to be like, oh, let's check out this Boba Fett show, and they're like, oh, here's CGI bolstering Luke. Like,
definitely Boba Fett's showing up in this.
Probably.
He's definitely showing up in this.
As much as I
think he was in the trailer, wasn't he?
Yeah, wasn't he when he was talking to the Inquisitor? Right? You see, like a guy with like a bald head.
Oh, was that him?
Some people were like, "Oh, that's got to be Boba Fett."
As much as I have,
it's Rico Hardeen.
Yeah.
as much as I've enjoyed the Disney Star Wars stuff, I don't want them to repeat what they did with the Book of Boba Fett. I don't want you to give me 4 episodes of a plot line and then take 2 weeks off and then tie it all up at the end for the final. I don't want that. If that happens in Kenobi, I will be irritated.
Such a weird thing. That was such a
I
weird
love
thing
how you were going to say,
like, if you wanted to just
yeah. Oh no, I'll be no, I'm watching all of it, Casey. Yeah. I'm watching all of it. It's just
that's the thing with Disney. They got us.
Well, no, Casey, it's with any of this stuff. Like I remember my big thing before I saw Titans season 3. My big thing was that Titans could never stick the landing. Right? They were in an 0-2 count because they had blown 2 season finales, and so people asked me like, "Okay, what if they blow the 3rd season finale?" And my answer was, "I'm gonna still watch it. I'm just gonna know that the season finale sucks every year." But it's not like I'm going to stop watching the show, right?
I stopped watching the show.
Me too.
It was actually an accident. I was gonna fight through it, but I just after the bomb went off, that was the last thing I watched. I just never tuned back in after that.
Okay. I see. I could, if you felt a particular way about who the bomb affected, I could see that.
I wasn't upset. Understand. I wasn't upset about him being. He was probably one of my preferred characters. My issue was more it was a I don't know. We're gonna get into Titans, but there was the show was relying on this kind of repeated shtick of like not having great like mysteries. But then also having everybody's mind blown and then treating it, not just having the characters be like, whoa, this is the craziest mystery, but then it would present it as like this big dramatic thing and that within like the way it was like shot and edited and everything. And it got to the point where it was like just not what it thought it was or whatever. And so like the bomb going off was very much like the jump the shark moment for me of like, this like just climactic moment that I'm like, I don't care if like, I'm not even wondering like, did he survive? Did he die? Like, I don't even know because it goes off and I'm like, that was so, there is no outcome of this that is like more interesting than everything you already didn't do. So I was like, it's just not. And then I was, like I said, I was more of an accident that I stopped watching, but I was not like, I haven't looked back and been like, oh, I wish I had checked more of that out. Cause the first few seasons were already a struggle.
Yeah,
I didn't. Boy. No, I think the first 2 seasons were good up until the end. I do. I think they were both really, especially the second season. I like.
That's the thing. That's the thing about them is like they always grab me, and then all of a sudden it just leads into like.
Well, the first season was very on and off, and there were some things that I would be like, I'm not, I don't love that, but like there's enough other things that had me like I was defending it and like. Yeah. Well, if they pay that off, then it's all okay. And then it got to the end, and I was like, how do you not... all of the things that I was like, well, if they pay that off, it'll all work out. And then they didn't pay any of those things off. And I'm like, well, so all of the things that I would have been interested in now are just nothing. And the second season was similar, but fell right back into the exact same spot before mid-season, I feel like, where it was like...
So I can tell you because this was a month ago that I finally got caught up and watched the 3rd season for DCTV Squadcast, and like I will tell you that as far as the 3rd season finale, it's better than the previous 2. They did stick the landing as far as ending the season, but what happened was basically everything that failed for them, subjectively speaking, of course, everything that failed for them in the season 1 and season 2 finales, they just moved to a couple of episodes before the finale. So it's possible. I like you checked out after episode 3. It wouldn't surprise me if there were people that checked out after around episode 9 or 10 and did not get to the ending, which was actually a good ending because the weak spots right before it were really weak.
I think one of my other issues, and this was throughout the entire show, is there was this level of like the number of times where people would say like the plot was doing one thing, and then it was like they just kind of had like AI fill in the dialogue or something, where where, and I don't remember what, like the part that always sticks with me was the Tim Drake stuff from the beginning of season 3, where like the police stop him and he's like delivering falafel or something, and they're like, I can't remember all the different things they said to him, but none of it like made any sense. I was like, why? And it wasn't like it made no sense where it's like, oh, cops were stopping someone for no reason, because that happens all the time. But it was like they would ask him a question and then like not care about like any of the answers and then they took I think they took the food, and then he just like went back to the restaurant, and I think it was his aunt that owns it was like, where were you? And he was like delivering food. And then he's like, people love the way you make it. It's like, wait, so she made the food and she owns the restaurant, and he was delivering the food and she didn't know where he was. And now he's like, it's just this weird, like, it's like, I get what they're doing. It's just like the dialogue is almost, it's never like the plot is happening because it's like, what? I don't, it's so, it's like that in every episode where it's like, what are you talking about?
I will say that for me, for season 3, the by far the strongest, most compelling aspect of season 3 was the psychological torture of the Bat family. That was really what it was.
There's good things. I actually like the Jonathan Crane character, to be honest. I kind of like what
the one that made Dick go get him weed.
yeah. I mean, it was just like there was just certain things that I actually kind of dug about that character, but at the same time, it's just. But when it came to the whole Red Hood, did I say Red Hole? Red Hood, storyline, it just kind of fell so.
That was the other. Jonathan Crane was the other bit of one of the dialogues that I remember that I was like, what's going on? Because Barbara was like, or was it? Yeah, I think it was Barbara was like, oh, we're going to do something, but you're not going to like it. And Dick is like, no, tell me. And she's like, well, you're not going to like it. And she's like, okay, well, we've got Jonathan Crane as a special consultant. He's like, you did what? It's like, she just told you like 3 times that you're not going to like it. And now you're acting like you're surprised that you don't like it.
So Batman captured him. Batman, like,
and he's part of the. I didn't necessarily have an issue with Kartheiser's Scarecrow, but like, he's part of the weakness of the 2 or 3 episodes. Actually, there is a scene in particular that I absolutely detest in like episode like it's like not before the penultimate. It's like the episode before the penultimate episode, and it's just like it's terrible because it uses a TLC song that I don't like. I have hated that song from the. I know so many people. Listen, I love TLC, like I'm a fan, but I hate that song, and it went on longer than the damn tape joke in Guardians Volume 2, which that went on too damn long. It was just like
Oh no, I don't even remember what I was gonna say. No, I don't. The other, maybe it's related to this or maybe not. But the other thing that was funny that they would do is, like, Dick and Barbara would be at the police station like arguing about something, and he would like storm off, and she'd be like, "Dick, wait, come back!" Like in front of the cops, and like nobody would say anything. Or no, she would refer to him as Robin or whatever, like out loud. And then like later on, someone would say something. He'd be like, "Shh, we don't want anyone to know." And I'm like, "What are you? you just had a scene where you're like openly talking about secret identities."
I don't remember catching those. Like as far and that was the thing is like because I'd heard like complaints about like the writing was awful, and I hope they get better writers, and the dialogue is terrible. And so I went into like my catch up watch like listening for stupid shit that they were going to say, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not hearing anything that like confuses me. It's not this. It's not like Hamlet. It's not like the strongest dialogue in the world. But like,
I think one of the things that this is what I was going to say a second ago when I forgot is that one of the things that I came away from one of the earlier seasons, or maybe even season 3, where I was like, you know what's interesting about this is it in a way feels very much like they wrote a comic book and then just used that as the script. Because if you think about a comic book and like as the way it uses the medium is it can just be a little bit more blunt with the dialogue, and things don't have to make like it's way different in a comic book to like have somebody having a phone call and saying whatever in the word bubbles then hanging up, whereas like in a show you've got to like edit around that where you're like, okay, so they answer the phone, they talk on the phone, and they hang up, and then like at what point do you cut? Like those are all maybe sound like weird questions, but it entirely changes the context of it, because in the comic you only show like close up of the phone handle, close up of the dialogue, then phone slamming down, and then move on, and you don't have any pieces to clean up. Whereas like if you do it in a show, you've got all this like they've got to be doing something the whole time. They've got and it gets to the point where you're like, and so in Titans that extra stuff that's where they're like, okay, the phone call is what's important, so A to B, the logic, and it's like, okay, the logic makes sense. Okay, they need to get from A to B, so these things are happening. But then everything else that's not directly where it's like, okay, well, these people are having these extras are having a conversation in the background, and they're cooking something in the foreground, and whatever else is going on. Once you start paying attention to that stuff, you're like, what the fuck are these people doing outside of the specific plot related stuff? Like people are like, it's like the type of thing where like if you look at an extra, not that this is what was happening, but it's the type of thing where if you look at an extra, they'd be like shoveling a hole and then like putting the dirt back in it and then taking it out again and then putting it back in. Like it's the equivalent.
So wasn't there something from the Dark Knight trilogy? It was like pretending to sweep, or what was that?
Oh,
I don't know. Was that Dark Knight? That wasn't Dark Knight. Was that Dark Knight? No. I forgot what movie that was. But like the guy was literally like sweeping, but he like the fucking broom wasn't hitting the ground at all.
Right.
Yeah. And it's that type of thing, and more so with dialogue, where it's like it's just kind of fill in the blank sentences where I'm like, why? It's literally just like say something that's not plot relevant.
Well, it's like when you watch a sitcom.
James Bond, actually, maybe that's.
It's like when you watch a sitcom with a laugh track, and they're in a public place, and the conversation, like Frasier, I'll use that as an example. Like they're sitting in Cafe Nervosa, having a conversation with each other at a table, but it's a full cafe, and you just have all these extras whisper conversating with people.
Yeah. Well, they're pantomiming. That's the thing.
Right.
That's gonna be so like hard to do, or it's like you're literally like,
well,
you have somebody right there, and you're going like this. You're going.
Well, right, and that's the thing. Like, if you actually like focus on any of them and pay attention, they're not saying shit.
They're not saying anything to each other,
and it's not even. And I don't mean that they're not saying anything audibly, because you're right. They're pantomiming. I'm saying they're not even mouthing words. They're mouthing movements. It's just we're here.
You know what's funny? What are the funniest?
Space.
One of the funniest things was like if you watch the Cloverfield outtakes, Tim Miller, who's essentially operating the camera. There was like one outtake where he goes, "Hey, everyone at a party, are you guys having fun? Pantomime that you're having fun." And he just yells it out like in an outtake because, essentially, because obviously you're going to hear the dialogue who's in front of the camera, and everybody in the distance is not making a noise, but they're pretending like they're having conversations. Right. But yeah, he just like flat out just like yelled it out before like a take, and it was on the blooper reel, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's, I mean, I see your point though, Stephen, as far as like the difference. Like you have to fill the frame, and the blocking is completely different. With something and in live action as opposed to like in a comic.
And I don't hate the show from the perspective of like, if you strip everything away just down to the like, this happened, so this happened, so this happened, so this happened. Sometimes I'm like, what? But most of the time that's like okay on Titans, but it's all of the like, it's almost like they say like, okay, well the dots connect, so we just need to like add some bullshit around the dots so that it looks more full. And then the stuff that they add around it is like these conversations that is like, I don't know why you're it's like a fill in the blank where it's like you need another script pass to be like, oh, that's just filler dialogue, we'll refine that later.
Okay, this was Easter eggs actually, and it was like in the first or second episode when he's like scouting for he's like scouting for a new Robin after he thinks Jason is dead, and it's Carrie Kelly, Stephanie Brown, Luke Thomas, and it's like
right in your face.
Right, and it's like, okay, I understand why those are there, but logistically that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. I mean, like literally Carrie Kelly was like full on. It was like the glasses were so predominant. It was so like, oh yeah, it's like
there was another one where the whoever it was that the guy that was talking to Starfire, he was back in San Francisco or wherever he was. And there was one phone call they had where like he called her and she's like walking through a park or something. And I don't even remember the extent of it, but I remember that the entire phone call existed basically for her to say, "Sorry, I haven't been able to call you back. There's been a death in the family."
Yeah.
And it was like one of those things where I was like, I had to rewind it and be like, wait, does anything else happen here other than her name dropping death in the family? And like, that kind of thing is frequent where it's like, why? And it was one of those things where the more you think about it, you're like, wait, why was she walking through death in the phone and wait, but
I didn't I know the character you're talking about, and I know the conversation. Like I didn't catch that she said that.
Yeah,
but I will say that like the whole thing, like the whole time I'm like, why is she talking to this guy? Like what is like that was that. So I guess I like have more of I feel like I have more of a macro view of like what could be the issue with this, whereas like you heard the line and was like, what the fuck is that? And did she really say that? And I didn't hear the line. I was just like, why the fuck is she talking to him in the first place? What point does this character serve that she's talking to at all?
Right. Well, and then as I think that's the thing with the show that like really gets weird for me is because more often than not, when I start to pull that stuff apart, I end up with like, wait, so the only thing that happened in this exchange was her saying the words "death in the family."
That's
so like,
why this scene
I'm left to assume that the only reason they had this whole like side arc in this episode, which means that at some point somebody was like, well, no, if he doesn't leave the voicemail earlier in the episode, then she doesn't have to return the call later on. If she doesn't return the call, we don't get the death in the family reference.
Stop it.
No.
Stop it.
But or like with and like because I liked season 3 other than like the weak parts before the finale. But like even though it was one of those cases where like I said I liked it and I was teasing that I was going to review it for the show and then I liked it, and Scott and everybody was like, okay, we got to hear this because we need to know on what earth you possibly like this season. And what was hilarious was Scott said that after he listened to it, he was like, I listened to it and then I realized, no, you still didn't like the things that I didn't like. You're just not as angry about it as I was. So like
that's usually how it is.
Well,
and like what a perfect example is Blackfire, because what Blackfire was teased as like a very dangerous character at the end of season 2. She's anything but that in season 3. Now, does that bug me? In terms of continuity's sake, yes. I'm like, okay, you teased her as somebody that was really going to be a problem in season 3, and she really wasn't much of a problem at all. So that's a little off. However, I still like what they did with the character. I still like what she did with the character in certain spots. So it's like, you didn't fulfill what you promised from the end of season 2, but I'm not that mad at where you went with it.
Yeah. Well, and there's a certain amount of, sometimes I don't want to suggest this with Titans, but maybe I'm wrong. Sometimes there's an artistic purpose to doing things that way. And then also you can just, people can connect with material differently. And so I think we talked a long time ago, but there are contexts where like, I love bullshit dialogue where it's like, this is just meant to like fill space and kind of evoke something, but really it doesn't mean anything. And I think the example I used last time it came up was, I think it's used in both Star Trek Into Darkness and Speed Racer and other places, but it's the like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I only know what I can do, and I have to do something.
That's definitely Into Darkness.
and it's such a great line because it's like, how do we get from the second act to the third act, and like how do we translate this character motivation from the second act to the third act? And it's like, well, and then you look at like the function of that line. It's like that means so nothing, but also it takes it turns the corner for like, okay, so we're done talking and we're now doing. And that line,
it's also good for the trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good trailer line.
And it's one of those things where it's like, where I like it when like shows or movies do that because there's almost an admittance of like, oh no, you're watching a movie, and so we'll just give you like this is like the character motivation line and not worry so much about like, did we earn this or whatever, because you're more like, where are you as the audience? Are you more interested in like just seeing it now, or do you want us to like finesse this character arc around this awkward corner? And so I think there's almost an art, like a Michael Bay-esque like art level to that. Like, how do we just cut to the chase with this? Like, we don't need nuance here. We just need we need to hit this with a hammer. And so I feel like that's a lot of the stuff that's in Titan. So I might just have a overly cynical approach on it also, but yeah, because there's stuff that's like entirely that kind of dialogue that, like I was talking last week about Guardians of Justice on Netflix. I still
haven't watched that yet. I gotta watch it.
Guardians of Justice is like Titans if Titans was the way that it is on purpose. or the way I describe it, at least. But yeah, it's yeah.
If Titans was the way that it is on purpose.
That's a good way of explaining it right there. I like that.
It's like if Titans, if there was a Titans level adaptation of put Watchmen and Injustice into a blender, with a lower budget than Titans but the same writers, like that's Guardians of Justice. Throw some Kung Fury in there.
Oh, okay. Okay, so after I watch Adam Project, I'll throw an episode on tomorrow.
Yeah,
I promise. Promise, Steven. I know we've talked about it before. I'm gonna watch it.
It's one of those things that like I can fully see people just like despising it, but also the more I watch it, I'm like, whoa, you actually like did this, like you made this show.
That is why I didn't watch it, because to me these types of shows are very interesting. But I watched episode 1 and I saw myself hating episode 2 and 3 and 4 onwards.
Yeah, but eventually, but episode 5 and episode 6, you're like, eventually you're like, this is actually.
You gotta get 4 episodes in before you hit the sweet spot.
Everyone might be different, but like it's such a weird. I mean, because like they'll legitimately will do like a fight scene in claymation, and then cut back to like and then they'll go back to like. Then they'll go back to the over-the-top, low-budget dialogue.
Wait.
You know,
animation,
like California Raisins claymation.
Instead of, have you seen Kung Fury?
Yeah.
So you know how they kind of blend the animation and stuff in that.
Yeah.
So it's like that, except
great.
Instead of anywhere where they're going to do something that would be like too high budget.
Kung Fury.
Kung Fury. It's a short film that's on YouTube. You can watch it. It's like less than a half an hour, right?
Yeah,
just like a half hour.
Anytime there's anything in the show that is like would be a higher budget, it'll do. It fills the shot in with several different things. It'll
Sandberg?
Do. No. It's a different one.
Oh, it's a different one.
There's wait. David Sandberg.
Yeah.
No, it's actually a different David Sandberg. I looked this up recently.
Are you really? What?
Yeah, it's not F. Sandberg. It's not F.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. That's probably why he.
But why? It's one of those that it's so fucking fantastic. It's so great.
But Guardians of Justice will replace VFX heavy stuff with 2D animation of various styles, anime or like Bruce Timm kind of style stuff. Or claymation, or stop action, or just like straight up toys. Like they'll have like a shot that's like a.
I just want to make sure I have the right one. In 1985,
yes,
Kung Fury, the toughest martial artist cop in Miami, goes back in time to kill the worst criminal of all time.
Yes,
Kung Fuhrer.
Yeah.
AKA Adolf Hitler. Oh.
Yes, that's it.
Yes. Oh God, I love that fucking description.
I was gonna ask.
It's got some Team America vibes. Yeah, weirdly, I didn't like Iron Sky.
Oh,
Iron Sky.
I loved Iron Sky, but the production seemed similar.
Yeah, Iron Sky was weird because I started watching that, and at first there was a weird like I don't know. I liked it at first, and it just I felt like it took the bit too far. Where I was like, this is like a funny concept, and then eventually I was just like, oh, this is like the same thing over and over and over. But I don't know.
See, that's the problem with like that kind of stuff. It's like, isn't there supposed to be a Kung Fury like full length movie too? And I'm kind of worried about that because I'm like, yeah, but when you had like this short film that dealt with that, it was perfectly, it was like a perfect runtime, because now you're just going to start, unless they come up with some other crazier ideas and they can fill that time. I'm all about it, but I mean, it just seems like the runtime was perfect.
Okay, I'm because I'm on IMDb and I'm looking at a list of quotes.
Yeah.
Dude, after we're done with the stream, which we're gonna wrap up in a little bit.
You don't need that spine; it's holding your back.
Yeah. Or cop.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, a cop is like, "Hey, you got a permit for those guns?" And he goes, "I got your permit right here." And he kicks a skateboard under the cop car, and he stomps on it, and catapults the police car.
Nice.
Oh my god, I'm so gonna watch that after this.
Because those are because wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you got to watch it. Watch it after the stream, man. And you know what? This could be a perfect place to wrap this up because we're going on 4 hours, man. And this has been great as always. And
Before we go though, I will say, Ray, they extensively play on the going into the police chief and slamming your badge on the desk and. And he's like, I got a new partner for you, and it's like a dinosaur partner, but but like they don't comment at all on the fact that like this is the only dinosaur and that's just he's wearing a cop like
it's
a
almost
suit
like
and tie. Like
I was just literally that just popped into my head, Dave.
Last Action Hero-esque, but it's more extreme. And then the main character is just the way that he talks,
more extreme. Hang on, more extreme than Last Action Hero.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Huh.
There's a lot of crazy stuff in there. So, and anybody in the chat who hasn't watched it, please watch it. But I think it's a good place to wrap this up. Another fun Vodka stream. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Sam who joined. And we'll go around the horn. Go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, I'm Steven. You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com, and you can find my podcast with Andrew Dice about various Snyder movies at snyderminute.com. We're focusing on BVS right now, but we've occasionally released some on
he doesn't want to do the Batman by the minute?
We might do a Batman episode, but I don't think most people are going to want to listen to that.
Yeah, probably not.
And also in Kung Fury, at the very beginning, he gets a phone call. He's like in his apartment. He's in his apartment, and he gets a phone call, and he's like, "Hello," and then he just kind of sits there for a second, and he frowns, and then just crushes the phone with his hand.
Yeah.
And like
it
throws
jumps out
it.
the window.
And then jumps out the window down through the sunroof of his car, like 30 stores below. Like
this is on. I can watch.
Yeah, I think it's on Netflix too, but it's also on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah,
this is.
Yeah. Fired up after this, man.
What are you gonna do? Right. My job.
My job. Yeah. and I love his outfit too because he's got the knuckle like gloves on and everything, and the fucking he's got not a bandana, but he's got like a headband on and shit like that. It's so ridiculous.
Oh boy!
All right, KC.
Yeah, you can find me at Kritam Cage on all social media, and you can find me at The Real Talk Live on all social media as well. We're going to be streaming tomorrow and talking about all the DCU shifts as well, and the other stuff.
The other stuff, there it is. Subscribe to it. All right, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at TheFlightCast. You can find my blog and my weekly podcast at theflightcast.com. Tomorrow, talking about the DC EU date shifts, but also I got some trailers to talk about because not only with Obi-Wan Kenobi, but also we finally got the teaser trailer for Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and we've been waiting weeks to see that. So I definitely got to.
So great in that.
It really does. I totally need to gush about that tomorrow. The YouTube channel is active. I am posting to it actively. I have movie reviews at this point. I've got one that I'm dropping tomorrow that I mentioned earlier on Turning Red. My more extensive spoiler-free thoughts on that Pixar classic, and you can decide for yourself how relatable it is. And
depends on whether or not you fall into that target audience of an indetermined depth.
Yes, for sure. And I'm still doing DC TV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media as well.
There it is. All right, guys. Thank you to Samuel. Make sure you guys subscribe to him, JVS, that team, and what he's doing over there. And make sure you smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe, join, do all that stuff. And see you Sunday, of course, for the Batman the Fanimated with Scott. And we'll talk to you guys later.